Hello. Hi, am I heard?
Hi, Danny.
Ye-
We can hear you.
Yes.
All right, let's begin. Uh, Good day to everyone who joined this gathering of like-minded individuals and institution representatives. Welcome to the Newton Agham Fund virtual reception. I am Danny Gonzalvo, Program Manager for the Newton Fund in the British Council.
Hi, I am Sarah Esguerra, Acting Strategic Manager for the Newton Agham at the British Embassy Manila. We would like to thank you for making time today to celebrate the success of Newton Agham Fund researchers and scholars.
We already see so many familiar faces and names, and while this may be an online assembly of sorts, it is also a meaningful reunion nonetheless. So we recognize the presence of different researchers, faculty, students, and industry practitioners from around the Philippines, in the UK and elsewhere. Please introduce yourselves in the comments section and let us know where you are currently and what specific Newton Agham grant or project or fellowship you've been part of. We also recognize the government agency partners who have helped in making this event possible. We give them big thanks, whom we have been working with since 2015. The Department of Science and Technology, the Commission on Higher Education, and the Department of Agriculture. Likewise, we also thank our media partners for this event, the DOST Science and Technology Information Institute, the Philippine Star, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Philippine News Agency, Good News Filipinas Online, and the Business Mirror. To know more of other research initiatives in all our priority areas, we invite you again to visit newtonagham.com to view posters and videos about Newton Agham grants and research. We are now streaming live on Facebook through the British Council and the DOST Facebook pages. Interact with us and share your comments below the live stream feed and use the hashtags as shown on your screens. And finally, we are posting live tweets through the British Council Twitter account at PHBritish.
Before we begin, we'd just like to remind that we are recording this activity and we may take screenshots throughout. Photos and videos may be used for marketing and promotion in our publications and our digital channels. If you do not wish to be included in photographs and videos, please let us know. Okay, to start the activity, we call on Ms. Lotus Postrado, Interim Country Director and Head of Education at the British Council in the Philippines for a welcome message. Lotus, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Sarah and Danny, and a warm welcome to all our guests joining us today via Zoom and to those watching our social media live feed. Welcome to the Newton Agham Fund reception today. We are very excited for today's event. It is rare that we bring together, even though virtually, our Newton Agham government partners, stakeholders, grant awardees, scholars, and fellows. Indeed, for us today is a celebration of UK and Philippine partnerships we've built over the last 7 years of the Newton Agham program and the resulting research advances. This is one of the very few engagement that we have gathered not only within the British Council supported researchers, but also those within the influence of other Newton Agham delivery partners through the British Embassy Manila. It has now been almost 8 years since the fund was established in the Philippines. Much has happened since then. When we launched it here in 2014, we introduced the co-funding cooperation scheme to higher education institutions in the country. The following year, we proposed this to government agencies, and we are grateful and will continue to be grateful for the investments by 3 of our national partners, all of whom are present today: the Department of Science and Technology, the Commission on Higher Education, and the Department of Agriculture. Our collaborations with DOST, CHED, and DA have continued to this day and have grown to expand other initiatives besides the Newton Fund. We acknowledge our guests, DOST Secretary Dr. Fortunato de la Peña, Undersecretary for Research and Development Dr. Rowena Guevara, Assistant Secretary for International Cooperation Dr. Leah Buendia, directors and staff from research councils such as PSHERD, PCHRD, PICARD, Science Education Institute, NCRP, and STII. To CHED International Affairs Staff Director Attorney Lily Milia, directors, staff, and former staff of the K-12 Program Management Unit. For the Department of Agriculture, Department Secretary Dr. William Dar, and directors and staff of DA Biotech and PhilRise. The British Council is the UK's international organization for cultural relations and educational opportunities. We build connections, understanding, and trust between the people in the UK and other countries to our work in arts, culture, education, and the English language. And together with the British Embassy in Manila, we uphold our commitment to support the work of Filipino researchers and educators for initiatives and discoveries within our priority areas. We couldn't be any prouder to have been part of the successes of research advances in health topics such as tuberculosis, HIV, malaria, dengue, diabetes, and policy contributions to universal health care law, to name a few. And in our efforts towards environmental resilience and understanding natural disasters through our studies on landslide hazards, resilience plans for island communities, flood risk management, wastewater studies, earthquake cycles, and a number of research on clean energy. Down to seminal initiatives for agriculture and food security, understanding animal viruses and vaccines to protect them, expanding our knowledge of marine protection for sustainable aquaculture, and more importantly, studies on our basic sustenance, that is rice. There is a lot to unpack about the extent of Newton Agham Fund impact. We're talking about 178 individual grants, and we will learn more about them in this afternoon's event. As we start, we recommend that you visit newtonagham.com, where we have an online gallery of posters and videos about these grants. This website also links to the portal of publications that Newton Agham researchers have produced so far. We are truly honored to be part of not only the journey of the researchers in their careers, but also towards the overall evidence-based development of the Philippines through scientific research. I hope you will find today's presentation topics interesting, insightful, and importantly useful in your work. We are grateful to everyone for sharing their time with us in this undertaking. Thank you and have a great time in the sessions today.
Thank you, Lotus, for the message, for sharing your welcome message. As we continue, I'd like to read some of the message that you have posted on the comment section. We have attendees, Dr. Mike Promentilla from De La Salle University. We have Stephen Doliente from the University of Bath, doing his PhD. Charlie Lavilla, who's speaking later. We have Dr. Dorothy Zoleta Nantes, the president of Southern Luzon State University. We have attendees from Pampanga State Agricultural University, from Ateneo de Manila University, Ateneo Laboratory for the Learning Sciences, Kevin Miranda from the PhD Scholarships, Dr. Tanchanko from ASMPH, Dr. Manuel Dayarit from Ateneo School of Medicine and Public Health, attendees also from the Sultan Kudarat State University, Liz Bautista, Andrea Teran, who is a former Newton manager from the British Council. Hi, Andrea. And also Karen Hipol, who will also will be a moderator later, also a Newton manager from the British Embassy. Hi, Karen. Dr. Joel Igaw, and from De La Salle University, Joanne Talubo from the University of Surrey, and other representatives. All right. So as we continue, we please help join us in welcoming Her Majesty's Ambassador to the Philippines, Lore Bofis, to present the program milestones and illustrate how the Newton Agham has provided platforms for Philippine and UK researchers to learn, create, discover, and in many ways, build lasting partnerships. Please, Lore, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Danny, and thank you for having me. And I should start by saying I'm so sorry I'm late. Technology failed me on this occasion, but I'm so happy that I'm here with you today. So, if I may, Secretary Fortunato de la Peña, it's the second day in a row we're an event together, which is brilliant. And Undersecretary Winnie Cristina of the Philippine Department of Science and Technology, Chairperson Prospero de Vera of the Commission on Higher Education, Secretary William Daw of the Department of Agriculture, Professor Charlotte Watts, Country Director of the British Council of the Philippines, friend Lotus Postrado, Ellie Buxton, our Newton Agham Fund grantees, scholars, alumni, distinguished guests, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. As I just said, it is a great pleasure for me to be here with you today to celebrate the years of science and innovation partnership between the UK and the Philippines through the Newton Agham Fund. And I'm particularly proud to be able to speak of and recognize the capacities built and the knowledge generated, and these are essential in addressing development channels. Now, I believe that there are some participants today who may not be too familiar with the fund, so please allow me to give a little bit of background. The fund was rolled out in 2014, and it is based on two principles. First, that science is not something elitist that just happens in a lab. Science can be practical, and indeed fostering innovation in a way that is practically applicable can be the driver of solutions to some of our most challenging real-world problems. The Newton Fund builds research and innovation partnerships with partner countries around the world in areas specifically targeted to tackle those real-world challenges, such as climate change, economic development, and social welfare. Second is the belief that partnerships and collaboration generate the best results. Among the unique approaches employed by the fund is its emphasis on equitable partnerships, where both the identification of priorities and indeed the provision of resources are shared between the UK and its partner country, building in collaboration from the beginning. And there is a third objective, of course, and that is to build that capacity to develop the talent and the careers and to ensure that all of our engagements and partnerships are self-sustaining so that the pool of global scientific talent continues to grow. Now, as you know, the Newton Fund doesn't exist just here in the Philippines. It has different priorities and strategies in different parts of the world. But here in the Philippines, the partnership is unique. It is recognized as the Newton Agham Fund because Agham is the Tagalog word for science. From 2014, when it started, to now, the UK government has invested around £18.9 million, which is about 1.3 billion pesos, into the Philippines Newton Agham Fund. With the matched resources that our Philippine partners have put forward, the total investment in the Newton Agham Fund was able to launch 12 programs in the Philippines, awarding 178 grants for capacity building activities, large-scale joint research and development collaborations, and science and research translation. All of these were focused on mutually agreed priorities. These priorities are, first, increasing agricultural productivity and addressing food security issues through interventions such as innovative agricultural methods and farming tools. Second, improving the quality and accessibility of health systems by introducing innovative medical technologies, reducing the burden of infectious and non-communicable diseases, and conducting research on diagnostics. Third, strengthening environmental resilience by improving understanding of the impacts of anthropogenic and economic activities on environmental and resource systems, and designing mitigation and adaptation efforts to address them. Then, using digital innovations and creative industries as drivers of disruptive innovation, facilitating development of policies to enable creation of effective innovation systems to encourage sustainable development. Next, addressing the challenges posed by rapid urbanization by supporting the development of physical and virtual infrastructures and better understanding the human impacts. And last, improving energy security by exploring sources of clean and renewable energy, and at the same time reducing carbon emissions by improving energy efficiency. So, what have these 178 grants delivered, I hear you ask? Well, perhaps I can give you a few examples. We've supported high-quality research collaborations covering a wide range of issues. For example, we have invested in the exploration of alternative energy sources, such as the utilization of marine renewable energy. We've invested in research in resilient agri-technology and food to generate knowledge on improving food and nutrition security. We've invested in more knowledge on infectious and non-communicable diseases that are pervasive in the Philippines. I think someone's audio is on, if they can turn it off. We've also forged partnerships among the weather authorities in the UK and Southeast Asia, including the UK Met Office and DOST Pagasa in the Philippines, to improve weather forecasting models and systems that can help communities better anticipate and prepare for extreme weather conditions, helping to reduce poverty and crop damage and loss of life. We've invested a lot in developing the research and innovation capacity of individuals, strengthening the research and development human resources of the Philippines. More specifically, we were able to grant PhD scholarships to support 27 Filipino researchers. 10 of them have already successfully completed their programs. We've built the capacity of 90 Filipino innovators and technology transfer officers in commercializing innovations, as we want our Filipino partners not only to be the best in what they do, but to be able to commercialize their research for the betterment of their communities. At least 15 of these Filipinos now have spin-off companies based on their innovations, making their research and technology more accessible to their intended users, and at the same time providing employment and livelihood. And we have helped expand a network between the UK and Filipino researchers through 5 travel and 11 workshop grants. And last but not least, we also support a program for policy leaders aimed at developing innovation policy and projects that tackle challenges in innovation. In addition to all of these grants, early last year, we held the Newton Prize Philippines to recognize the excellent research and innovation that the Newton Fund has invested in since its launch. The Newton Prize in the Philippines was awarded to the Water Energy Nutrient Nexus in the Cities of the Future, a study co-led by Professor Michael Promantila of De La Salle University and Dr. Devendra Saroj of the University of Surrey. It was really an impressive endeavor. As you can tell, we've kept ourselves busy and delivered a lot. All of this would not have been possible without the commitment of our partners and our grantees, both from the UK and the Philippines. I am personally very grateful to them, to their determination to make the Newton Agham Fund a success, but mostly for their determination to invest in practical scientific endeavors in the Philippines, which have real-life, long-term impact. And here I want to thank in particular the British Council, Royal Academy of Engineering, UK Met Office, Biotechnology and Biological Sciences Research Council, Medical Research Council, Natural Environmental Research Council, Innovate UK, UK Research and Innovation, and Nesta and Oxentia Limited from the UK, and in the Philippines, the Department of Science of Technology, Commissioner on Higher Education, Department of Agriculture, Asian Institute of Management, Department of Trade and Industry, and National Economic Development Authority. And I am aware that this list is not exhaustive, There are many other partners whom we are incredibly grateful to. Thank you to all of you. As an innovative, creative nation, we know about the important role research plays in responding to real-world challenges, and we are always striving to push the boundaries of scientific advancement for global benefit, and we are committed to continuing to support science and research. We will continue to invest in long-term international relationships and collaborations to address these challenges. Maraming salamat and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Laura. And indeed, there was such a lot of things that we have already achieved over the almost 8 years of implementation of the Newton Agham Fund here in the Philippines. And as you have mentioned, all this have been, we were able to achieve all this due to a strong commitment from our partners and our grantees. And partnership did indeed play a huge role in the success of this program. And interagency efforts have been initiated to pave the way to the successful linkages among the universities and institutions. To illustrate, let us hear the solidarity messages from the DOST Secretary, Dr. Fortunato de la Peña, followed by the CHED International Affairs Director, Attorney Lily Frida Milla, for Chairman J. Prospero de Vera, and thirdly, from DA Secretary, Dr. William Dar.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good morning to our partners in the UK. On behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the British Embassy Manila and the British Council Philippines for inviting me to the online reception of the Newton Agham Fund, and to say congratulations to all our delivery partners who have helped our communities in becoming a better place to live in. Friends, I am very proud to share and witness the fruitful partnership of the Philippines and the United Kingdom through the implementation of the Newton Agham program. The program is an integral part of the Newton Fund, which opened wider opportunities and reached new greater heights in science, technology, and innovation. Through this collaboration, DOST and the British Council have so far awarded 15 Filipinos with PhD scholarships, allowing them to pursue advanced studies in UK universities. To date, 4 scholars have already completed their PhD with research topics aligned to the priorities of the program, namely, first, development of Taylor-Couet Poissy flow perfusion bioreactor for tissue engineering of trachea. Second, wind resource design decision support. Third, wireless sensor networks to enable user-driven control of micropower generation devices. And fourth, carnosine in muscle, biological actions and therapeutic implications. Our scholars return to their respective institutions with the aim to contribute to the country's research and technological innovation capabilities by applying or teaching the skills and knowledge they learned from their research activities with the UK partners. DOST also worked with the UK government in building the entrepreneurial capacity of researchers through the Leaders in Innovation Fellowship Program, or LIF program. 90 cohorts from 6 LIF batches were assisted to commercialize their innovations that address development challenges. Learnings gained from the LIF led our fellows in being able to generate income from their startups, registered spin-off companies, licenses and licensees, public good, and further development of their technologies or products. In addition, DOST has 11 ongoing joint collaborative research projects on health, hydrometeorological hazards, and weather events. We are thankful for the knowledge, skills, and expertise shared by all the UK principal investigators through the assistance of our delivery partners, the UK Medical Research Council or MRC, the Natural Environment Research Council or NERC, and the UK's Met Office. Noting NERC, it is also worthwhile to mention that 2 days ago, the DOST co-sponsored with them a webinar on building science-based climate change adaptive and disaster resilient nation. The online event is one of the preliminary activities to the UK's presidency of the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference of the Parties or COP26 in November 2021. As we see, even beyond Newton Agham, our partnership has opened new possibilities such as this. I am sure that there will be more related initiatives in the future for the benefit of our people, our community. Since the launching of the Newton Fund in 2014, the DOST is one of the first organizations who partnered through the fund in support of science, technology, and innovation or STI partnerships. We too strongly believe that STI capacity is an essential commodity to drive long-term sustainable growth and to develop new technologies for the benefit of the most vulnerable society. Again, let me take this opportunity to thank you and wish you all the best for 2021 and beyond. Congratulations to the British Embassy and the British Council for this successful activity. I wish you all good health, happiness, and success. Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Secretary Fortunato de la Peña. Next, let us hear from Attorney Milia from the Commission of Higher Education. Attorney Milia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. To Her Majesty's Ambassador to the Republic of the Philippines, Ms. Lori Bofis, to the Interim Country Director of the British Council in the Philippines, Ms. Lotus Postrado, Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology of the Philippines, Dr. Fortunato de la Peña, the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Dr. William Dar, and to our esteemed speakers and participants, a pleasant afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the Commission on Higher Education and its chairman, Dr. J. Prospero E. de Ver III, who is right now attending the Senate budget hearing for the budget of the Commission on Higher Education, everyone from the Commission on Higher Education congratulates the British Council and its partners, and most especially the grantees, for their successes through the Newton Agham Fund. This partnership is among CHED's initiatives to promote research and innovation capacities of scientists, faculty, and staff to Philippine higher education institutions, as well as the strengthening of internationalization in higher education. The 7-year partnership between CHED and the British Council has led to the funding of 12 full PhD scholarships, 16 multi-year institutional linkages, and a 2-year cycle work on STEM education. Indeed, the Newton Fund is proven to have a significant impact on young Filipinos' careers and the Philippine educational landscape by providing study and collaboration opportunities with the UK and other international agencies. The Philippines has shown, through excellent higher education institutions, its capacity and quality of research. The participating universities have since increased their publications in the field of science and opened study opportunities to their faculty and staff. Important issues on health, energy security, agri-technology, and disaster resilience have been tackled through CHED-supported Newton Fund projects, and CHED shall be continuing its pledge to strengthen research and internationalization partnerships with the UK through new programs such as the Access and Competitiveness through Internationalization of Higher Education, or the ACT-IHE. The ACT-IHE, as one of the Commission's 11 international continuing professional education programs, is a 1.8 million pounds collaboration with the British Council, which will support the creation of new transnational education, or TNE programs, and grant over 20 individual TNE scholarships to train, and also to train 50 Filipino faculty on English as a medium of instruction. We are very proud to be part of the success of each and every one of the academics and researchers that have been supported by the Newton Agham Fund. We trust that you will all become champions and leaders in the Philippine higher education sector. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Attorney Milia. And last but definitely not the least, we will hear a message from the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Secretary William Dar.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Science has played a key role in agriculture, and one cannot separate the two. For the world to be able to provide enough food for all the citizens, science must be used to help produce better yields. That's why we in the Department of Agriculture have been closely coordinating and collaborating with the British Embassy in Manila on the implementation of the Newton Agham program in the Philippines. To date, the Department of Agriculture, through the Bureau of Agricultural Research, BAR, Philippine Rice Research Institute, PhilRice, and Biotech Program Office, has numerous and continuing partnerships under the Newton Agham program. These collaborative projects aim to support innovative, fundamental, strategic, or applied research that will contribute to and underpin the development of novel strategies to diagnose, prevent, manage, or treat endemic, exotic, zoonotic, and the emerging microbial disease of swine and poultry. In turn, the results can be used by the government in strengthening animal disease and food contaminants, surveillance, and monitoring systems, which could potentially lead to prevention of foodborne disease outbreaks. For this, we commend the UK government and the efforts of our partners. We truly hope that our partnership will bring more significant contribution to health disease management and control as it leads to the sustainability and vibrance of the sector. May we continue working together in coming up with transformative and catalytic steps that would guide our path towards a competitive, sustainable, and resilient agri-fishery sector. Thank you very much. Mabuhay kayong lahat.
Many thanks once again to the Department of Science and Technology, the Commission on Higher Education, and the Department of Agriculture. We likewise acknowledge, recognize the presence of Dr. Leia Buendia from DOST, Office of International Cooperation, and also other attendees from DA Bar and DA Biotech, and also attendees from Science Education Institute, Engineer Albert Marino. So all of these institutions have time and again shown their full support to this endeavor. Right. So before we proceed to the first session, I'd like to request everyone to turn their cameras on for a virtual photo opportunity. We have designated staff who will take screenshots of the program. So may we ask also our government partners, the speakers and colleagues from the embassy and the British Council to turn our cameras as well. All right.
Okay, please hold your smiles. If we're going to have several shots to take.
Screenshots,
Right.
yes. If you are not comfortable also, you can turn your cameras off. All right, 1, 2, smile. All right, please hold your smiles. All right, last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and all right. Thank you very much. Thank you. For the sake of bandwidth, you may turn our cameras off again as we proceed to the first session. All right. So for the first session and for every other succeeding sessions, we have our session moderators. For this one, I'd like to call in our invited session moderator, Mr. Chavit Bank Utamachay, Program Manager for Science from the British Council in Thailand.
Hello,
Hi,
hello,
Bank.
Danny. Hi. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. So thanks again, Danny, for passing over. So my name is Bang from British Council in Thailand. Thanks again, everyone, for joining, and welcome to the first session of the UK Education and Stories of the PhD journey. So PhD scholarships is one of the Newton Agham more competitive programs for early career researchers, and to date there are 27 Newton Agham PhD scholars grantees, of which 10 of them have already graduated and returned to their home institutions. We will be having 5 of them here today. Of course, the first part of this, we are having 3 scholars to talk about their experience in the UK. And these are, I would like to call upon the 3 first speaker. So these are first, Dr. Charlie Lavilla, Associate Professor at the Mindanao State University Elegant Institute for Technology, or MSU-IIT. And he has received PhD in Biomedical Science at Nottingham Trent University in the UK, where he explored the carnosine as food supplementation strategy to help treat or prevent muscle damage in people with diabetes. And Charlie also belonged to the first batch of the DOST Newton PhD Scholars awarded back in 2015. Next up, we will have Zaira Evangelista, a PhD candidate at the University of Glasgow, and their PhD research is in LGBT plus psychology about understanding anti-LGBT plus prejudice and its impact on LGBT plus identity development and well-being. So Zaira is expected to complete PhD in 2022. So next year, good luck, and then return to the home institution at the De La Salle University in Manila. And the third speaker to share PhD experience, will be Patrick Simon Perillo, a PhD candidate at University of Cambridge, and his PhD examines corporate accountability in international and comparative law for human rights and environmental concerns. So Patrick is a faculty member at the Ateneo de Manila University School of Law and is set to return once he completed his PhD this year. All right, then I'll pass over to our first speaker then to take over the stage, please. So please welcome our first up, so Charlie Lavilla.
Charlie will present. We're going to play a video prepared by Charlie Lavilla for his presentation.
Can you confirm if you could see my shared screen already? All right.
Yes.
Good day, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank for this opportunity to share my Buhay UK student experience for almost 4 years. This journey has been made possible, of course, through the Newton Agham program of the UK's British Council and Philippines DOST. At the start of my journey, the first practical goal is to get that piece of paper indicating conferment of my PhD degree. Speaking of that goal, definitely the first obstacle and challenge I had to combat is getting out of comfort zone. It was scary and it was not easy. However, I knew it would be fine and it's perfectly normal to have those feelings. You know, when you embark on a journey that would not exempt you to experience and do new things. The Nottingham Filipino community, the small group in a church I joined with, and meeting with few international students were such an amazing help to overcome those uncomfortable moments of my first few months in the UK. It's great to know that English people are very welcoming, and yes, cultures are diverse. It was an enriching experience to have that temporary British life in you, from the unpredictable weather to their foods to the city market events and fairs, the Christmas village, museums, galleries, and attractions, efficient transport system, and occasional pubs. Within the university, there were regular meetings and monitorings with and by my supervisory panel, and conversations with other local PhD students and some other professors with diverse accents provided me opportunities to improve my communication skills and also to learn languages that are appropriate for research and career development. Of course, in those over 3 years of my life in the UK, I also learned to incorporate some of those British slang into my vocabulary. UK has already offered several things that I did really enjoy: the castles, famous towns and cities, parks, and so on. While studying in the UK, I had wonderful opportunities to travel outside the UK. The UK has been a great hub for affordable travel in Europe. Indeed, it was a lovely experience to learn other cultures. Typical Pinoy would really find ways to have cost-saver travel, and it brought my research skills into a different phase. So you need to search for a cheap and quality accommodation or restaurant. The PhD did not only equip me with international experience and insights. More importantly, it was a valuable platform to have learned the significance of building collaborative work with a range of colleagues in my own and adjacent research areas. I believe these are one of the many tools I can utilize to become a highly valued asset in supporting the Philippines' commitment to foster healthier and more productive lives among the Filipino population and in strengthening its research capability. My PhD allowed me not just to aim and conduct a project of higher impact, like I had uh, co-author papers with multi-authors and multi-institutions, but essentially to broaden the scope of what I needed to learn outside what had been initially designed for my research work. With this, it made me confident and driven to associate and transfer the knowledge and skills I have acquired from an international setting, most particularly to my sending institutions research umbrella. So in the picture at the bottom left, that is Dr. Jeffrey Friedman. He discovered leptin. And they were able to demonstrate the genetic basis of that into or explaining or understanding obesity. So that was during a conference workshop on organ crosstalk and energy balance and metabolic disease. I have participated. That was in Spain. Certainly, like other UK universities, NTU has a highly structured doctoral training program based on best practice in the sector. So specifically, in addition to regular scheduled meetings and personal supervision from my supervisory panel, the professional research practice course was a huge help. It was designed to set students on the path to becoming an academic researcher, not only within their chosen discipline, but within the academic and professional world of research. The course has been created around the VITE Researcher Development Framework, or RDF. So from project approval, then transfer process, the MPhil to PhD, and finally to completion and VIVA. So this framework was of huge help. And when my cells are not growing or get contaminated, when I did not obtain expected results during my experiments, when I messed up in the lab. So just booked a coach and checked for cheap train tickets, and then have a little play. And then the fruit of our labor, the product of collaboration, is coverage. So we have produced original research data on skeletal muscle reactive species scavenging and glucose uptake that was included in a research article published in Scientific Reports. And just the other day, my director of studies informed
Sorry, folks, I just got disconnected by a bit. Can you verify which screen you're looking at?
Hi, Sarah. We
Yes,
can see
Sarah.
the presentation of Charlie.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I got disconnected. I'm sorry about that.
research articles. So while our team back in NTU had previously shown that the potential of this molecule called carnosine in controlling blood sugar levels, we now understand exactly which proteins or which molecules are damaged. So our data could potentially lead to the development of new drugs to help treat diabetes and combat the development of debilitating complications that are associated with this disease. I have maintained an active link with my director of studies and other researchers from NTU, allowing us to have a stronger approach to advanced diabetes research. So there are plans in place to apply for research funding, for instance, to conduct a food supplementation trial using carnosine here in the country. And we are really hoping that would be realized soon. Also at the moment, I have an application pending for approval with my institution, Mindanao State University, Iligan Institute of Technology, along with other researchers here in our institute to conduct diabetes research. And again, I am very thankful for the Newton Agham program, the Newton Agham Fund, between a collaboration between the UK British Council and the Philippines Department of Science and Technology. Thank you, and once again, good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Charlie. So I think let's hear more on our next speaker, please. So I'd like to invite Sarah Evangelista to take over for this session, please.
Right.
Sorry,
Can everyone see the, sorry, can everyone see the slides?
Go ahead.
Cool. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I actually found it difficult to put together this presentation. I thought it was going to be easier if I were to just talk about my research, but talking about my UK PhD experience is not easy to do in 10 minutes, especially when that involves doing it during a pandemic. So anyway, I'm going to start with a brief background of myself before I started the PhD. So my undergraduate degree was actually in management, but later on I thought I wanted to get into psychology. So that led me to do a master's conversion course in 2012. And that was actually the first time that I came to the UK particularly to the University of Glasgow. Right. So yeah, I completed a master's, and after that, I returned to Manila, and I had my first academic job at De La Salle University with the Department of Psychology. So for about 3 years, I taught various undergraduate courses, supervised undergraduate theses and internships, did research until I felt it was time to, pursue a PhD for my personal and professional development. So that brings me to 2018. I find myself back at the University of Glasgow doing a PhD in psychology, which is, of course, funded by the Newton PhD scholarship program. So in a nutshell, my research focuses on improving LGBT plus inclusion in higher education by looking at anti-LGBT plus prejudice and how we can create safer and more inclusive spaces for LGBT plus university students in the Philippines and the UK. So, I could spend the next 10 minutes talking about the many challenges that PhD students face, but that has been covered in many seminars, books, conferences, and workshops. So I'm not going to do that. But what I do want to say on the topic is when you are an international scholar, you are inevitably bound by the protocols of your funders. And in my experience, that can be challenging when the protocols are not in line with your university's procedures. So in this case, it would be easier if, for example, the Philippine International Scholarship Guidelines were more closely matched with UK university guidelines. But fortunately for me, Danny and Lotus from the British Council, faculty and staff at De La Salle University, some of whom are actually here today, and I'd like to acknowledge their presence, Dr. Rene Nob and Dr. Maria Salanga, the chair and vice chair of the Department of Psychology at De La Salle University. They were all very supportive during this process. And at the same time, I still had existing networks at the University of Glasgow, which was helpful in helping me find the right support during that time. So why am I saying this? Basically, what I'm trying to highlight is my networks in both countries were very beneficial. And that brings me to the first point that I want to highlight today, which is the value of having an international network. So, to be honest with you, when I hear the word networking, especially since I was an undergraduate student in management, I cringe. I don't like networking. I don't like the idea that, some people do it it can seem insincere, basically, because you can just be doing it to advance your career or you have some ulterior motive. But interestingly, some people might say that, I'm good at networking, so much so that I was actually invited to give a talk on it at one of the university town hall meetings. And I'm going to tell you the same thing that I said in that presentation. I think I'm lucky because, like I said, I don't like networking, but apparently I do it without realizing it. And that's because when I end up talking to people, it's mainly because I just want to, share my interests and experiences with them in case they were interested. So anyway, in doing this throughout the PhD, I was able to make these academic connections, like, meeting renowned academics, people whose work I've read, cited, and admired. Like, for example, in that first tweet over there, I met Celia Kitzinger, who is one of the founding members of the British Psychological Society Lesbian and Gay Psychology section. Also, Adam Jowett, who is the current chair of the renamed British Psychological Society Psychology of Sexuality section. And so simply connecting with various people gave me the opportunity to actually work and collaborate with various individuals in different forms and capacities, even beyond doing just academic research. So, for example, I was able to help organize an inaugural summer school for international students. I'm also involved in developing LGBT psychology in Europe. I was actually invited by Professor Jojannika van der Toorn to visit her lab at Leiden University in the Netherlands, but unfortunately the pandemic halted that plan. But anyway, another fun thing I got to do was to write and publish a novel with the group in 1 week. So the novel is called So Human. It's actually it's about these aliens who visit Earth for a holiday. It has various social justice issues as themes. It's available on Amazon if you are interested. Um, yeah. One of the goals of the Newton Fund is also to, of course, build links between the Philippines and the UK. And for me, that came naturally because fortunately, I enjoy working with both UK and Philippine colleagues. And just a few examples of the collaborations that have come out of that are GCRF and MRC funded projects in collaboration with Dr. Salanga and Dr. Mateo from De La Salle University. Personally, I consider the University of Glasgow and De La Salle University as my home institutions. So I would really like to continue forging links between the two universities and of course to continue building ties between the UK and the Philippines because there's much to be gained by both countries. For example, UK higher education would definitely benefit from continued diversity and cultural nuance knowledge exchange. And Philippine higher education, on the other hand, needs to also continue to, be more progressive and innovative. And that brings me to my final point, which is, like having that global platform. So in 2019, I was selected as one of the future world changers at the University of Glasgow, and I maximized this opportunity to take part in different public engagement activities. So, for example, to reach a wider audience, I took part in doing a podcast. And also, more importantly, to present my research, as I said, to a global audience. For instance, going to Portugal at an LGBT psychology workshop to share my research. Also going to the Scottish and UK parliaments, where I met actually former leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Kes Dugdale, and talked to her for a little bit. And then, of course, I did rainbow bag sessions as well in De La Salle University and the University of the Philippines. When COVID hit, I switched to doing online events organized by the Psychological Association of the Philippines, the UP Center for Women's and Gender Studies. But even though the focus of my PhD is to improve LGBT plus inclusion in higher education, ultimately my research program aims to promote LGBT plus equality globally and overall. So to do that, it's very important for me to engage with the general public. And so while here in the UK, I've taken part in online campaigns by CME, Scottish Trans Alliance, the British Psychological Society. I guess I'm lucky because my academic interests and my personal interests, they come together pretty well. So alongside the academic endeavors that I engage in, I also help out with the LGBT plus community in Glasgow through my role, actually in Scotland in general, through my role as a CME Proud LGBT community champion and a trustee with the charity LGBT Health and Wellbeing. And I also co-founded an LGBT plus basketball group here in Glasgow, the Rainbow Glasgows. So, growing up in the Philippines, of course, I love basketball, and I just had to find a way to play basketball here because I'm not a big football fan. But more seriously, I wanted to create a safe and inclusive space where people can take part in team sport. So that was my main thrust for putting together the Rainbow Glasgows. So I would like to end with a quote that I had given in an interview a while back, because I think it sums up my UK PhD experience relatively well. So my PhD studies have definitely pushed my growth. They inspired me to be a better academic, researcher, and person. I want to continue pursuing endeavors in line with my values and advocacy and contribute to creating a more inclusive, equitable, and kinder society. So thanks everyone for listening. I believe the slides will be circulated, and so the links that you'll see, I made them clickable hyperlinks so that it's more accessible for you in case you want to check out the content more. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So let's move on to our third speaker for this session. And so I'd like to invite Patrick Simon Perillo to talk about his experience at Cambridge.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Hi, good afternoon and good morning to the other participants who are in other parts of the world. My name is Patrick Simon Perillo, and I am with the Ateneo de Manila University School of Law. That's my home institution, and my host institution is, of course, the University of Cambridge, as Bank has mentioned. I am under the Department of Land Economy, although my background is really in law, so I am a lawyer by profession for over 10 years now. My PhD research is primarily law, but it's also injected with policy and other disciplines. So this is with respect to corporate accountability in international law, but looking at this through the lens of state-based mechanisms. So looking at court decisions, for example, looking at mechanisms organized or established by the Organization of Economic Development and Cooperation, Cooperation and Development, OECD, through the guidelines on multinational enterprises. So that's basically what my research is about, looking at holding corporations or transnational corporations accountable for human rights and environmental violations. This afternoon, I will be talking about my experiences, challenges, and basically my life as a PhD student at Cambridge University. And by talking about my experiences in studying at Cambridge, it will also give you an idea of why I chose to study in the UK for my PhD. I did my law degree in the Philippines, obviously, to be able to practice in the country. I did my master's in the US, but I decided to do my PhD in the UK. One of which is really the field, right? Because my field is really on international law and environmental studies, and the experts in the field, there's a lot of them in the UK and obviously neighboring Europe, right? So it's very easy to find ways and links by which to collaborate with them, or at least hear them or ask for their feedback. I can name two centers of research within the university: the Lauterpacht Center for International Law and the Cambridge Center for Environment, Energy and Natural Resource Governance, or Synergy. So these centers are really excellent in their different fields and disciplines. And what's good about it is that not only do they have home experts, right, the ones that are actually based there, who you can just reach out in very informally, learn from them, get feedback from them, but also their stopovers. So, you know, Cambridge is very close to London. It's maybe 15 minutes to an hour away. So many of the notable experts in the field would actually come to Cambridge to speak, to share their research if they're not actually based there. And that's really impressive. And you know, one of the things that you would like to take advantage of when you're there. Another thing is interdisciplinary research. So admittedly, I'm pretty sure some of the lawyers who are actually listening today would probably agree with me that, you know, learning law, it's really quite different from the other disciplines. And the challenge is that it's usually learned in isolation with the other disciplines. But I think we all know that, you know, to be able to solve world's problems or even the country's problems, we cannot take a discipline in isolation from the others. And that's the move that we're pushing. And we see that in certain law schools already in the Philippines, including Ateneo Law School. So being in a department which focuses on interdisciplinary research, including law, is a really great opportunity. So land economy is such a unique department in that sense because it fuses environmental studies, law, economics, and planning into one space. So we're not only hearing people talk about environmental issues with a law perspective, but we're hearing people talking about sustainability and environmental issues from an economic perspective or from a planning perspective or a fusion of any of these disciplines, which makes that department quite unique. And hopefully we can also emulate that in the Philippines at some point. Another thing that is quite good or quite unique with the UK system is the tutorial system. At Cambridge, we call it the supervision system. But in most other universities in the UK, it's called the tutorial system, where besides the lecture, everyone is, or the students are also invited to to split themselves into smaller groups so that they can actually be taught in much more depth by a lecturer or by a PhD student. So you get more contact hours with the academics in the university. That's one thing that is quite unique, I think, in the UK. I have not seen that, at least in the Philippines and in the US. So it's quite good for a PhD to experience that, because obviously we could still attend classes at the university, but at the same time, it gives us the opportunity to learn and to teach, because in this kind of situation or system, PhD students could be invited by professors to teach in supervisions or tutorials. So I've done that in various programs. I've taught undergraduate students in land economy who are not necessarily going to be lawyers. I've taught MPhil students or the master students in environmental policy. And I've also taught Master of Law students. And these students are coming from very different backgrounds, and they're not always law trained. So as a lecturer, I get to learn from them a lot. Like, how do I teach law, for example, to someone who does not know all the legal jargons, but at the same time make it an effective way of teaching? And that's also, it goes the other way around. How much do I learn from them? How much they they learn from me as well. So it's kind of like a mutual setting, really, for both the academic and the student to learn from each other. As Zaira also mentioned, there's this opportunity to network. When there are various extracurricular activities that you can do in a university setting, and they're not necessarily always removed from an academic aspect. So, for example, one of these activities that I've ventured into, which I thought would be really helpful when it comes to collaboration eventually, is working as an editor and eventually as editor-in-chief of an indexed peer-reviewed journal. So I was editor-in-chief of the Cambridge International Law Journal. It's indexed by several institutions. And this gave me a lot of opportunity to learn, because you're looking at what the caliber or what kind of quality research there is in this global platform, right? And you're also liaising with an academic review board, your peer reviewers, who are the experts in the field, not only in the UK, not only at Cambridge, but also in other parts of the world. And they're liaising with you, they know you and you know them, and you have this connection because of this opportunity that was given to you. But of course, you have to work for as well. There are other opportunities as well. Of course, getting feedback in presentations, organizing conferences, which is an excellent way of getting to know a lot of the professors and academics and even practitioners in the field, because you invite them to present in your own conference. And at the same time, for example, you will always have moderators and keynotes, and it's an excellent way to learn from them. Of course, for challenges, there's a lot of challenges, but maybe I can highlight a couple, one of which is obviously, it's very obvious. Studying at the UK institution is academically rigorous, and that's expected. And you just have to keep swimming. You have to just keep on learning, absorbing what you can, and putting out your output, what you've learned in the process. One of the, I guess, more administrative challenge that I encountered is starting my PhD in the middle of the year. So typically in the UK, the PhD program starts in September or October, but with the, I guess, with the style and the setup for the program or with a scholarship, I had to start in January, which is the second term, teaching term in the university. I guess it's a challenge in a way that, you know, all the getting to know and orientations happened in October. And when you start, there's really no orientation anymore. But this is a challenge that's easily, you know, resolved or overcome. It only takes a matter of time, especially with Filipinos. We love to get to know other people. We love to socialize, and at some point we are back on track to really knowing, learning what we've missed, for example, in the previous term. So, you know, like it's a challenge, but as I said, it's easily overcome. In terms of impact on home institution, I think really the focus on research and collaboration would be the two highlights. For example, Ateneo Law School has already started collaboration with different institutions outside of the country, so that, for example, in Europe, we have a strong collaboration with Spain, with some Spanish universities, with some Japanese universities, and Southeast Asian universities, obviously. But we would love to really increase this collaboration with other academics in the world. And, you know, why not, you know, have that kind of collaboration with the UK, which is really in the fields of environmental studies and international law, is very, very strong in the world. So we're trying to increase this kind of collaboration, and not only with respect to legal research, but also with interdisciplinary research, though housed in the law school. So this is quite good. Sorry?
Time's nearly up, please. Thank you.
Okay. So that's one of the things that we're looking into, you know, expanding, and also local publication. We're hoping to really strengthen and encourage local publications that would be up to the same caliber as the ones in the UK and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Very insightful and a lot of interesting experience from Cambridge to here as well. So thanks again, our three speakers, Charlie, Sarah, Patrick, for sharing your experience living in and doing your research PhD in the UK. Maybe just a quick recap before we go into the next two speakers. So a lot of the three speakers have been mentioned the benefits of going to study and doing PhD in the UK, whether this is all about the research capabilities, the standards of doing research in the UK, and how the UK university has offered them a lot of opportunities other than the research itself. For example, meeting with senior speakers, reviewers, lecturers, and even a lot of great guest speakers attending their universities. There's also importance of building links between not just the researchers, but between institutional links as a whole as well. And this could then bring back benefits when they have returned to the Philippines to do further research. For example, let's say that the GCRF and the MRC fund that Sarah previously mentioned about. Other than that, there's also interesting points on sharing the culture, sharing the living experience, and learning the culture of the diversity that the UK also has to offer. So of course, the UK indeed is one of a very great destination that you can definitely learn from when going there to do research and science education. So I think that's a quick recap from the three speakers. I'll now then go on to the next two. So maybe just a little quick reminder. So if you do have any questions, then do please feel free to type the questions into the Q&A box, and then we'll revisit them at the end of this session. So now at this point, I'd like to call on the next two speakers. So this is Dr. Jude Michael Abarela, Associate Professor of Chemical Engineering at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. After obtaining his PhD from the University of Manchester, he established the Sustainable Production and Responsible Consumption Research Lab, or SPARC. He is also providing consultancy for electrification planning and corporate water strategy. And finally, the last speaker for this session, we will have Dr. Sheridan Nino, research scientist at the Manila Observatory, and he completed his PhD in engineering from Birmingham City University. where he researched on offshore wind energy, focusing on resource assessment methods, developing using numerical weather prediction models, and Nino is also engaged in sustainable energy research and instrumentation development. So I'd like to invite first up, please, Dr. Jude Michael Abarella.
All right, thank you very much, Bank, for that kind introduction. Let me try sharing my slides now. All right, is this okay for everyone?
Yes, we can see your slide.
All right. Okay, so it skipped to the second slide, but anyway, again, thank you, Bank, for the kind introduction. As mentioned, I am one of the Newton PhD scholars. I was lucky enough in 2017 to be granted a scholarship, and I was also lucky that I was able to complete my PhD and come back to the Philippines before the lockdown started in 2020. So for today, I'm going to answer or try to answer the question posed by the session. How is a UK education valued in a post-pandemic world? So to begin with, I'd like to share how I decided on this career direction. Of course, for me, as a Filipino, growing up from the province and then moving over to the cities for my studies, I saw really the impact of climate change. Like we were getting floods where there weren't floods before. Our storms are more frequent and much stronger. And I said to myself that this is something that we need to address, not just something that the like government or the leaders can do something about, but everyone in society has something to contribute to climate action. So when I did my master's at the National University of Singapore, I was very impressed by the centrality of sustainability in their operations. Like they had a whole office really dedicated to promoting sustainability in their campus, which led me to one book. This book on the right called Sustainable Development in Practice, which was edited by one professor called Adisa Zapagic. And I was really interested in working with her after reading the book, seeing how much the different ways we can actually help our planet. And in 2016, I was able to find the call for scholarships by the Newton CHED scholarship for PhDs in the UK. At first, I was very hesitant. You know, UK is quite far from the Philippines, and you know, I really didn't know anyone there. But as the previous speakers have noted, you know, that's an easy challenge. One thing that really helped me was that the British Council had a service that connected you with the professors that are in line with your interest. So of course, I took advantage of that service. I mentioned if they had the contact information of Dr. Adisa, and luckily enough, they already had working connection with her. They were able to connect me with Professor Adisa, and we were able to start talking and developing the proposal for the PhD scholarship. So after a few months of tense waiting, I was happy to hear that I was accepted as one of the Newton PhD scholars. This was the second batch, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we were the second batch of scholars, but the first batch with CHED as their partners. So the common thing that all of our batchmates had was that we were all affiliated with a home institution in the Philippines. So a university where we could come back to after we completed our PhD. So we're also lucky that my home institution, which is the University of the Philippines at Diliman, was very supportive. In fact, they were trying to get us all out of the country to do our advanced studies. So traveling to the UK, as Patrick mentioned, we were in the same batch. Traveling to the UK in January was not the most ideal conditions. For me, the biggest problem I had was really the sudden drop in temperature. My university was in Manchester, which was quite wet in January. So I really had to get used to the weather very quickly. Again, it was good that my professor was supportive. The university was also supportive. They were really prepared for international students, I would say. So they had all of these resources that they could help me setting up base, so to say, in Manchester. So once there, I was quickly able to start my PhD project. Also because we had been communicating, like I have been communicating with my professors early on, my supervisory team composed of Professor Edisa, Dr. Lawrence, and Dr. Alejandro, all based in the University of Manchester. We had a plan really, and we had these goals that, of course, in 3 years I should be able to finish my PhD, which is a challenge in itself. Most PhD students would, of course, try to take their time. Some would go 4 or 5 years completing their PhD project just to achieve all of what they want from the program. Luckily enough, again, I had the support of the Newton CHED PhD scholarship. It helped me provide funding for my research, most notably the trainings and workshops that I had attended so that I could do my research effectively. And of course, they sponsored as well the presentations and in conferences and publications so that we could disseminate our work. So while in the UK, it was also, in the academic sense, very different from what I experienced during my undergraduate in the Philippines and during my master's in Singapore. The PhD experience in Manchester was very beyond the classroom kind of thing. Like they really encouraged us to go out, whether that's to attend trainings or workshops, to present in conferences, to volunteer at science festivals. Like at first, I was really hesitant to volunteer at the science festival, like being quite an introvert myself, but really seeing how engaged the people were, like the public in general, how much they wanted to learn about the topics we were sharing at science festivals, and how it's really integrated into popular culture. Like of course there are like festivals which combine like music and science. And of course, not to be missed are the sights, the sounds, the smells of the UK. So touring around the UK also helped me understand the culture, be open to different experiences. And now, having come back to the Philippines after completing my PhD, my goal is really to create impact. You know, like how can I give back? And for me, the first thing that I pursued was creating my own research agenda. So that, as Bank mentioned earlier, I established my own research laboratory, which I named Spark, for sustainable production and responsible consumption. And we had this agenda that we were we had this agenda that we wanted to be focused on the stakeholders, not just on the researchers. So now I'm trying or I'm establishing a lot of different project proposals, some of which have been successful. So for example, I'm part of the team that has been funded by the DOST Science for Change program, where we have been recently been awarded funding from the Energy Catalyst of UKRI. And I'm also trying to promote science communication of our work through research webinars, to web platforms, to training programs. And also even in my teaching. So even in my teaching activities, I've already integrated what I've learned from the UK. as Zaira and Patrick already mentioned, the teaching system is quite different in the UK, but I think it's more effective. It's really focused on the learner. So like doing workshops, doing collaborative activities, like even in the age of remote learning that we find ourselves now, I'm lucky to have that training from the UK, which I bring to my classroom here in the Philippines. So in summary, like I think these are like the main points I have about how valuable the UK education has been for me. First, it taught me individual accountability. Okay, that I should be in charge. I should lead my career plans, my research plans, but also not forgetting the personal development. So like the skills I have to train myself in. It's also good. The good research culture there is that graduate students are treated as early career researchers. So you're not just there to be a temporary helper. You're there to become a researcher on your own right. And third is that there are global perspectives. Of course, the UK is at the center of a lot of our economic systems and scientific networks, but focus is again on local actions because as my supervisor and the University of Manchester has always told us, it's not just the output that we are being judged on, but the impact that we create. So in that sense, combined with the multicultural experiences that I enjoyed throughout my stay, I think I have been very lucky to be a Newton PhD scholar, and I hope that we can still collaborate with British and Filipino partners to really create the fruits of this investment here in the Philippines. So thank you very much. That's all that I have for today.
Thank you so much, Shoot, for your presentation here, and it's also very great to hear about your what you've been doing once you've come back to the Philippines. So next up, I'd like to invite our final speaker for this first session on the UK experience. So this is Dr. Sheridan Nino. Hello, Sheridan, are you here with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you well. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Just a moment. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right, can you see my screen now?
Yes,
no?
But it's not in full screen mode yet.
Not in full screen. Okay. This one? How is it?
Yes, that's okay.
All right. Sorry about that. I have a quite spotty internet this afternoon. So anyway, so good afternoon, everyone. But for those in the UK, good morning. I have been asked to talk about the value of UK education given the context of a pandemic. There are plenty of experiences that comes to mind, and I selected some instances of my entire stay there for this talk. So I'd like to highlight these four things. So in my recollection, these four are the things that made my studies in the UK become an essential part for my career development. And I think Jude, Charlie, Zaira, and Patrick, they all wanted to emphasize these things. And I thought I'd show it again to you. So the networking opportunity to learn from fellow colleagues working on a similar field from different universities and collaboration in doing research is there. And the multidisciplinary research of ideas. So this comes from a wide background of people who bring in their ideas into forming research questions are there. And then seeking solutions to address problems in my experience while in the UK must be founded on evidence to make sure that they will be effective. The techniques for learning are also innovative, and so it encourages one to be creative. I just wish to quickly mention the laboratory where I belonged when I was studying at Birmingham City University. It is called Knowledge-Based Engineering Lab, or KBE Lab. To be honest, I had no idea about such a field of engineering before going to the UK. It actually encompasses the different fields of engineering, wherein it takes advantage of modern computing to encapsulate best practices and engineering designs to enable rapid product development. This is how the academy works in the UK, where it identifies real-world problems and offers solutions. So this is a photo of the team of Technosoft group is from different parts of the world, and this diversity allows the formulation of research ideas from different backgrounds. This enables proposed solutions to be evaluated from various perspectives in order to determine its viability to address the problem at hand. As I have mentioned before, KBE aims to enable designing of products and solutions to be facilitated by computing technology. Thus, the physical objects can be represented in the virtual domain with this engineering principle and enables remote collaboration on product design, for example. These were already being developed at the KBE lab way before the pandemic happened and are needed by the industry now so that they may continue their workflow while ensuring the safety of their personnel. So here, the concepts of KBE also have applications for education. These images show the virtual reality welding training application that my supervisor, Dr. Venkatesh Chanam Vijay, developed for his thesis. As you can see, it allows remote learning of proper arc welding techniques for people, and they can safely do this anywhere they may be. Again, this is another example of innovation that has proven useful for a world that is going through a pandemic, since this platform can be extended for other skill set development, and students can practice the desired skill within the safe environment of their homes. Okay, so for my research, the wind turbine layout designs are easier because of these tools, and it was also easier to collaborate during the design process because of the visualization. The software allows me to run wind simulations and refine the wind turbine placement for layout optimization. I can quickly share it with other collaborators, and they in turn can modify the design. Finally, it's not just about my field of study that I learned in the UK. The graduate faculty takes time to show the students around in order to appreciate and learn about the history of different places in the country. So here, the left photo is in Worcestershire, and on the right, that's in Coventry. This made me think and also evaluate that there is a rich culture back home. An old structure in our own town may possess a deep history that is important. The education that I received in the UK has instilled in me the desire to learn about many things in life, and not just things that are related to my study. So thank you. And despite the reputation of British weather, there are times when it is very nice. And I like to thank British Council, Newton Agham Fund, and the OST SEI for giving me this opportunity to study in the UK. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Sheridan. All right, then we have now completed the 5 speakers for today. So maybe a quick recap on Jude and Sheridan. So both obviously have now returned to the Philippines and have go on to do their own works in relevant to what they have done in the UK. And that's, for example, doing a lot of simulation and also consultancy work relating to the different stakeholders back in Philippines. So looking at the time now, we think we will be able to squeeze in just a few questions to our speaker. So I think based on what we have in the chat box, maybe I would like to invite Zaira, if you could switch on your camera, and then we will ask you this particular question. So I'll be reading it out aloud. So the person has asked he highlights that networking is crucial for career development, but then he never thought that there are some people that might be comfortable with the traditional way of the networking. Do you think that networking training would be a good thing, or should we be promoting different innovative ways of networking? Your comments, please.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I know that there are some universities who actually offer seminars and workshops on networking as part of their doctoral training program. And so I do think that some people would find these helpful. Personally, I'm not keen on them though, because as I've said, I don't like the connotations that it can inadvertently propagate this idea that it's something you do for the sake of doing it, and so it can come across as insincere. So I think related to that second part of the question, maybe for me and for people who kind of share the same perspective as me on this, what might be helpful then is to kind of reframe it. Like, I don't know if it's just the term networking itself, but yeah, just frame it as you do it because you're simply sharing what your interests are. Yeah, like, just being genuine in that sense. Hope that answers the question.
It does answer the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah, on this. So I think we do have another question. So I think for this one, maybe I would like to address the question to Jude, if that would be all right with you. So we do have a question, given the situation that is brought about by the COVID, and because you have already returned to the Philippines, you might be able to provide your insights here. So with the COVID-19, do you still see bridging sustainable partnerships between your home institution and your PhD institutions in the UK? How different has your initial partnership plans changed since the PhD up until now?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, definitely the COVID pandemic has forced us to really rethink our strategies for collaboration. So initially, of course, we're planning some long-term like deployments, like a sort of postdoc fellowship or visiting professor kind of position for my supervisors to come over to the Philippines, maybe host a few workshops, try to develop a few research proposals, and maybe even prepare a short or a small conference. But with the COVID pandemic, we had to rethink what it means to collaborate. So the good thing is because of the travel restrictions, I mean, this is probably just a joke or a comment from sustainability experts, but we've really reduced our carbon footprint. But now we see that there are more opportunities in the digital space. We now are thinking of, for example, it's much easier for someone to share their knowledge, to for example, be a panel on the thesis committee, or give a guest lecture if those are delivered virtually. So I think we have seen the benefits or the silver lining perhaps here. And moving forward, I think we're still moving to a sort of hybrid approach where, let's say you have monthly virtual meetings, but you have face-to-face meetings and collaborations at least once a year. So there's still that social element that still can't be replaced. So I think this is a good compromise that we see moving forward.
Thank you very much, Jude, for your comments. Yes, and it's very assuring that the Philippine universities and the UK universities are still continuing to look for the continuous and sustainable partnerships in the longer run. And that's absolutely correct. I would agree with you about the conversion to the digital space that we are now obviously here in today. So I think that's all the time we do have left for the Q&A. So unfortunately, we won't be able to ask any further questions to our 5 speakers today at this stage. But if you would like to communicate with the 5 speakers and discuss more on their research and affiliations, then their contacts are definitely provided onto our screens here. So we will be sharing with them on our screen that are flashed right now. So maybe a quick reminder. So Dr. Lavilla Shali works on food supplementation for muscle damage, Zaira on anti-LGBT prejudice and impact on LGBT identity development, Patrick on corporate accountability in international and comparative law for human rights and environmental concerns. So, and we also have Dr. Abrela, who works on sustainable production and responsible consumption, including electrification and water strategy, and Dr. Wee on offshore wind energy and prediction model and energy research and instrumentation development. So these are the emails of the 5 speakers for today. If you do want to connect more, please feel free
to say a few words. Can I say a few words?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Secretary De La Peña. I just want to again repeat our expression of thanks to the British Embassy Manila and the British Council for giving us. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Yes, sir.
I would like to thank the British Embassy Manila and the British Council Philippines for making this fruitful partnership of the Philippines and the United Kingdom through the implementation of the Newton Agham program. I would like to congratulate our graduated scholars, Charlie Lavilla, Nino Uy, Jed Aberilla, Syra Evangelista, and Patrick Perillo. Okay, and I listened to your experiences and, of course, to the work that you have done. We are proud of you, and we hope that you can now contribute, okay, to the achievement of our goals here in our country. And I just want to say that we also hope that the 11 ongoing joint collaborative projects on health, on hydrometeorological hazards and weather events will also be completed successfully. So we look forward to more collaboration under the Newton Agham program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Secretary, Dr. De La Pena. So I think that's really it for today's session. So once again, we would like to thank you, our partners, for their continuous commitments and support to the PhD program, so the Department of Science and Technology, the DOST, and the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED. So thank you very much once again, everyone, and also to the 5 speakers. So I will now transfer back the stage to my colleague, Danny, please. Over to you, Danny.
Thank you so much, Bank, and also thank you to all the speakers, Charlie, Zaira, Patrick, Jude, and Nino, and of course, Secretary Boy de la Peña. So, but before we go to the next session, we'd like to inform that the posters and videos about Newton Agham grants and research can be viewed and downloaded at our online grants gallery. You may go to newtonagham.com to view these contents. And for the second session, we have assigned you to appropriate breakout following your preferred rooms when you registered. You should now be seeing a prompt on your screen to transfer to either the health and life sciences or the food security breakout rooms. And if you are for the environmental resilience, energy security, digital innovation and creativity, future cities topic, please remain to this main room. And once session 2 has completed, our moderators will instruct us how to return to the main room in the time for session 3. Again, for second session, we have assigned you to appropriate breakout rooms following your preferred room when you registered. You should now be seeing a prompt on your screen to transfer to either health and life sciences or agri-tech and food security breakout rooms. If you are for the environmental resilience, energy security, future cities, digital innovation and creativity topics, please remain to this main room. Once session 2 has completed, our moderators will instruct us how to return to the main room. All right, so you may go ahead and choose your breakout rooms or remain to this room.
Hi, so I think most of our participants have already moved to their respective
Hello.
breakout rooms.
Hi, Sarah. I think I got removed from the health breakout room. I'm just
Okay.
not sure. Yeah.
Yes. Me too, Sarah. This is Henry.
Okay, let
Hi.
me move you.
Same goes with us po.
The health
From
group.
Nasal.
All right.
Oh,
So
okay.
okay. So we'll have the moderators to show again the breakout rooms for everyone. You should be seeing a pop up supposedly where we can transfer.
Hi, Danny. I can't transfer to the
Me too,
agriculture.
Danny. Sorry.
All right. Sige po. Please
Are
let
you receiving a new notification na po?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm seeing one now. So again, if you are for the environmental group, you may remain to this room, while the health and food systems can transfer to the other breakout rooms B or C. All right. Sarah, I'm leaving for the other group.
All right. Thanks, Danny. See you in a bit.
See
Hi.
you.
I'm sorry. I cannot move to C because I am a co-host. I
Yeah,
just,
me too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I can't see the prompt to join the.
I see. So you, let me just move you, Doc Lisa.
Yeah,
Sarah,
thank you.
me too.
All
And
right.
Dr. Chanko.
Just give me a few minutes.
Thanks.
All right. Just wanted to check. Could you see my my shared screen, the presentation of the Newton Agham virtual reception?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the confirmation. All right. Welcome everyone to the second session of our virtual reception. So we are at the environmental resilience, energy security, future cities, and digital innovation and creativity breakout room, or what we refer to as the room A. In K, if you think that you're in the wrong room or you would like to transfer to another room, you could look for the breakout room icon and then select the room of your preference. So it's like 4 squares icon. Okay. So to start our session, let me call on our invited moderator, Yen Sim Kuwek. And Sim is the Senior Program Manager of the British Council in Malaysia. Hi, Sim.
Hello, Sarah. Hi, everyone. Can you see me clearly? And okay,
yes,
right.
we can.
Thanks, Sarah. Welcome to the session on environmental resilience, future cities, and digital data innovation and creativity. I'm Yen Sim from the British Council Malaysia, your moderator for this session. These three topics are among the priority areas for Newton Fund in the Philippines. In this session, we have three specialists. Each will have 15 minutes to present their work on one of these funded projects or these funded topics. They will talk about how the projects have contributed to the Sustainable Development Goals, the roles of their universities in these research projects, and its application in community setting. After the presentation, we will have 10 minutes for questions and answers. You can post your questions in the chat box. So before we start, let me introduce and welcome our three specialists. The first one to speak is Dr. Raymond Gerard Tan from De La Salle University, Manila. Dr. Tan is a professor and university fellow of De La Salle University and an academician of the Philippine National Academy of Science and Technology. He is joined by his colleague and co-investigator of the project on future cities, Dr. Bienvenido Mani Biona, who is associate professor from the same university. The second speaker is Dr. Esperanza Kayanan, Deputy Administrator for Research and Development of the Philippine Atmospheric, Geophysical and Astronomical Services Administration, PAGASA. Dr. SB, as she is called, has conducted research studies on rainfall forecasting, tropical cyclones, and monsoons in the Philippines. So the last speaker that we have is Dr. Marilo Nicolas, a professor in biochemistry at the University of the Philippines, Manila. She hopes that her research could benefit communities at the forefront of conservation efforts of Philippine bioresources. So very warm welcome to the speakers, and thank you for joining us today. Each of you will have 15 minutes to present, and I will alert you 5 minutes before your time is up. So without further ado, I think I will hand over the floor to the first speaker. Over to you, Dr. Tan. Dr. Tan, are you there?
Yes, thanks very much. There's plenty of background noise here because of heavy rains, but I'd like to make a slight correction. My colleague, Professor Biona, who's actually now the Executive Dean of our new Enrique Razon Junior Logistics Institute, will do the presentation on behalf of the project team. Thanks very much.
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Tan. Let's welcome Dr. Biona. Hi, Dr. Biona, are you there?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes, Dr. Biona.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to present to you our projects at the Lasal University, the Newton projects, and it's also my pleasure to discuss what happened after the project. So sorry, I think I'm having problems with my PowerPoint. I'll just have to reshare it. Hey, sorry about that. Does it hang? Are you seeing my screen now again?
Yes, Dr. Biona.
Hopefully it works now. Okay. Yeah. So before I start, just to give a brief background of the LaSalle University. So the LaSalle University is a leading learner-centered research university, bridging faith and scholarship achieved to a sustainable earth, and in the service of church society, especially the poor and the marginalized. And over the years, the university have made a lot of strides towards becoming a research universities, and it does more fruit in the past years. We've been slowly going up into the rankings, and specifically we're gaining strength on the area of research. Our team is actually a recipient of two Newton Fund project. One is a Smart and Resilient Cities project, which is a partnership between Oxford University and UCE Bardi School of Planning. That was an institutional link. And the second project is a Smart Transport Systems and Asset Management, and that is with University of Salford. For the first project, so the Smart and Resilient Cities project, as I mentioned earlier, that was an institutional link. It consists of several components. So specifically joint research. So we did a lot of joint researches. We did graduate student exchanges and joint advising. And then you also held a lot of research workshops. You will see on the screen 3 of the beneficiaries of the partnership. So we sent 3 of our PhD students. They're actually our faculty members to Oxford and UCL. So these are Dr. Neil Lopez, Dr. Raymond Abad, and Dr. Chris Roquel to University of Oxford and UCE School of Bardi School of Planning. And in there, they interacted with the researchers in their field. They were co-advised by our partner professors. And that actually led to 5 joint publications. And to date, the 3 of them were able to produce 26 corpus-related publications. So this is not counting their other publications that are that were not directly related to the project, but I'm sure their experience in the UK also provide them a lot of inputs, and yeah, I'm sure that was those were also very useful in their other research work. So I think this is one of the main output of that partnership, like having these 3 students graduate and really now contributing to the research environment, not only in the La Salle University but also in the country. Second major impact is strong recognition of social aspects. As you all know, we're in the engineering department, College of Engineering. We're too focused on algorithms. We're too focused on hard sciences. But after the exposure with University of Oxford and UCL, we were able to realize that there's something beyond what we're doing, and in fact, we should be looking strongly at the social side. Let us take to make my point. I shared in here the research papers of Dr. Raymond Abad. The one on the left, okay, these are the research papers. These are his research work before he went to the UK. So if you're going to look at those topics, they're mostly algorithm based. So focus on engineering. Okay, after going to the UK, then you would see now the type of researches that he is working on. So you will see they're investigating the relationship between housing affordability and mobility in Metro Manila, analysis of intercity travel in Metro Manila during flooding, vulnerability assessment of alternative traffic routes to flooding in Metro Manila. So you would see now how the social aspects has been integrated in his research work. And it's not only with Raymond, but it's also with Neil, and also it's also with Christer, and also with all the other senior professors that were involved in the project. The Smart and Resilient Cities project, one of the main focus of that is the development of transport desirability indices. After the project, we applied for a grant to CHED, and luckily it was approved. So we have now translated those indices into an online platform. We're trying to analyze the transport desirability in different cities in the country, specifically Baguio City, Iloilo City, Pangasinan, and Mandaluyong. And we have partnered with universities in each of these cities. So as the UK universities mentored us, we are now mentoring other universities within the country. In Baguio, we have partnered with St. Louis University. In Iloilo, we have partnered with Central Philippine University. In Pangasinan, we have partnered with Pangasinan State University. And in Mandaluyong, we have partnered with Rizal Technological University. So what we're doing is we're plotting the spatial desirability, temporal desirability, economic desirability, physical desirability, psychological desirability, physiological desirability of the transport or mobility experiences in the cities. And it's supposed to guide cities in planning their mobility programs. And recently, we received another grant from the Department of Science and Technology. And we're now using the concept of transport desirability. We're now integrating this in the development of land public transport plans. And let me show you the short video for you to know more about it. this tool intends to optimize the transport desirability in the two pilot areas, and we hope that this is eventually adopted also in other cities and municipalities in the country. The current transport planning methodology focuses on just satisfying the travel demands, but there is something beyond the travel demands, and that's what this methodology tries to address. You have economics, you have comfort, you have psychological aspects. So this methodology is now trying to capture just that in the development of public transport plans. The second project was a workshop link. Again, it's also related to smart transport. So it's smart transport system and asset management. So we brought in 12 UK researchers that meet 12 Philippine researchers, and there were senior researchers from the UK and also from the Philippines mentoring them. And our keynote speaker is Professor Hisham Alcalde, who's the Dean of the School of Built Environment of University of Salford. And he emphasized the concept of transformative research ideas. It's a transformative research is a approach wherein you really intend to roll out what you're thinking, and you could develop further your ideas together with the communities and recipients of the research. So it involves touching base with the communities, planning things out, defining visions together with them, looking at their capabilities, designing your system and your innovation around these capabilities and visions and aspirations. And I think that really emphasized and taught the students or the participants how smart city would have to be implemented. And it actually opened up the concept of what we call the urban living laboratory, wherein you have the whole community as your laboratory. And recently, we got a grant. It's jointly funded by UN Habitat, Department of Science and Technology, and the Horizons 2020 of the European Union. We're now setting up an urban living e-mobility laboratory in Pasig City. As mentioned by or as advised by Professor Alcalde, we have to work closely with the community and we have to know their aspirations, and we're doing just that right now. So it involves a lot of meetings with the different stakeholders. And in fact, what we had in mind initially is now very different from what was eventually conceptualized from these meetings. So we're going to roll out an e-mobility solution in the area, as I mentioned, in partnership with the city and also with other stakeholders. And this also in partnership with a couple of European technology companies. And we have signed already an agreement with an automotive manufacturer to upscale the vehicles that will be provided. So we're developing 2 vehicles, and also we're developing the system. And we're now talking to investors to support the adoption of these solutions to local government units in the country. So the focus is to transition the vehicles of local government units to electrified units. To know more about the solution, let me show you this short video. just some key points before I end my talk. Key number one, access to research equipment and facilities are important, but exposure and just being there are as important. If you're going to look at researchers who went there not to use certain equipments that are available here, they went there just to be exposed to new ideas, see how they do things in UCL and in Oxford, and in that process they imbibe the culture of integrating technology with the social side, and that is actually what's defining most of our activities and research work right now, okay, in our team. The UK Philippine University Research Partnership impacts lives, it develops careers, institutions, cities, and country, capabilities, thinking, research culture and actions, and combining everything, it contributes to global sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Biano. So thank you so much for your presentation. I think transportation is surely one of the main challenges for most major cities. It's inspiring to learn that by using data, we can help people living in the cities to move easily and make urban living a happy experience. Thank you so much, Dr. Biano. So I think we'll move on to the second speaker. So do keep your questions to the end of this presentation, and you can actually post your questions on the chat box. Then I will direct it to the respective speaker. So next we actually have Dr. SP. She will share with us her work on environmental resilience. We have actually recorded her presentation in advance in case she's needed for any weather emergency during the session. So I guess that we will play the recording now, and then we will talk to her later when the presentation during the Q&A session.
Oh, Sim, I think Dr. SP would like to try to present herself. Would you still want to share your screen, Dr. SP?
Great, sure. Dr. SP, over to you.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Sim. I'd like to try to share my screen. Okay, so good day to everyone. I am SP Kayanan, as mentioned, and I am from PAGASA, the National Meteorological Hydrological Service of the country. And I will be presenting our research project under Newton Agham Weather and Climate Science for Service Partnership, or WCSSP for Southeast Asia, building a safer community to weather and climate variability through science and innovation. So the Newton Fund WCSSP program is an initiative of the United Kingdom Met Office aimed to build the basis for service to support climate and weather resilient economic development and social welfare through strong strategic partnership, harnessing UK scientific expertise. It is being implemented in 6 countries and now in Southeast Asia, including the Philippines. So this undertaking was envisioned to develop a shared ability to model high-impact weather and information services that help reduce exposure to damaging weather and climate impacts, and to further showcase what can be achieved through collaboration and how resources can be deployed to deliver results of mutual benefit and value. With the aim of developing science and innovation partnership that promote economic development and welfare of developing countries, the UK Met Office, a Newton Fund delivery partner, and the Department of Science and Technology, or the OST, implemented the project WCSSP for Southeast Asia, Philippines. This is with the support of the Philippine Council for Industry and Emerging Technology, Research and Development, or PISHERD. So the WCSSP project has focused on 3 major areas or research areas. First is the global scale science and modeling. The second is the regional scale science and modeling. And the third is componency is improving advice and understanding the needs. So this is composed of 3 work packages for these research areas. So this is the roadmap of our project, wherein this is according to the World Meteorological Organization guidelines on multi-hazard impact-based forecast and warning system. So we started collaboration in 2017, and the initiation of the project is in 2018, and it goes through until now 2021, wherein we are working with our local partners in building strategies and sustainability. And will not end here, but we are looking forward for 2022 to strengthen and continue our partnership with our local partners for adaptation of impact-based forecasting and warning system. So the project highlights our end accomplishment for the past 3 years. First, in 2019, the Philippine team under the Work Package 2 hosted the Regional Science Workshop here in Manila. And this is a successful event wherein sharing of researches and experiences were undertaken. In 2020, the team under Work Package 1 published the paper on seasonal dependence of cold surges and their interaction with the Madan and Julian oscillation over Southeast Asia. This is published in the Journal of Climate. And this year, 2021, we are working with our partners, building partnership and collaboration with international partners from UK Met Office and the local government units of Metro Manila and Metro Cebu. So we are already working on the impact-based forecasting and warning system during the event that we have extreme events like typhoons or tropical cyclones. And we have developed some visualization tools already. For the Work Package 1 on global science, we are the project highlights the completed researches, which are the following: the seasonal dependence of cold surge and their interaction with the Madan-Julian oscillation, the assessment of weather. The Global Model captures the enhancement of the Southwest monsoon, and there are other 2 ongoing researches right now. And as you know, the global science is involved in the bigger area, which has a greater resolution. For this, we are also working on the different projects with UK experts, such as University of Reading on the severe precipitation for Southeast Asia or SPICY project. Also with University of Reading on the waves and El Nino Southern Oscillation, seasonal connections predict and activity of cyclones or Westpac project, and the high impact weather in the context of weather regime over the Southeast Asia with the University of Leeds. So we learned about the forecasting tools, and this will be applied for the improvement of the warning systems in the Philippines. Also under the global science scale, we have some collaboration groups with partners like the Met Office Tropical Cyclone Collaboration Group and the Met Office Global Coupled Partners Coordination Group. So with our learnings with this group, we were able to get the current current state of the research activities using the model, which will be very useful for our applications on the local setting. So on work package 2, or the regional science scale, the value of the convective scale and modeling systems as a key tool in predicting severe weather events such as tropical cyclones, monsoon systems, and heavy rainfall events are being studied. While it is important that the global model capture the severe weather events at a convective scale or a lower scale, the project team should understand and assess its performance and quantify the added value it gives to the global model and how they can be further improved. Through this work package, the team has developed and implemented tropical cyclone verification frameworks, both for weather research and forecasting model, which is run by Pagasa, and the unified model of UK. Using this verification framework, several model case studies for tropical cyclones and evaluation of their performance in terms of track, intensity, and rainfall have been conducted. By monitoring the model's performance, it improves our appreciation of the model's weaknesses and strength, and further uses this information to enhance forecast in convective and non-convective scale. So also under the regional scale science, we are supporting the impact-based forecasting, and we have created daily weather assessment. So from the results of the model of for the regional scale, we are utilizing both observation and model forecast to generate information on the likelihood of severe weather events like heavy rainfall. It is noteworthy that the inclusion of an ensemble prediction model in the assessment helps improve warning decisions and advice on high impact weather. So these are our tools that we use during the event that there is tropical cyclones. We have a map discussion using all the output of the different models, the WRF and the model. So under work package 3, number 1 is the development of our testing, the evaluation tools and testing applications for both the regional and global numerical prediction models. So this is developed by our team, and this is now being used by our forecasters in their verification. So this is a model display that is operationally being used by our forecasters during the event, that just like when we have the tropical cyclones, Typhoon Fabian, Typhoon Julina, and the other typhoons that we have experienced. So these are also part of the verification of the different models on the rainfall. So we are looking at how these numerical models perform, and this is being seen already by our forecasters. So we have conducted these evaluations from the past events that we have experienced. This is also part of the portal which is being used by our forecasters through this project. And under work package 3, which is the development of impact-based forecasting, under this Newton Agham project, we are already operationally testing our system, wherein, as you can see here in the example, we have already issued impact-based warning with the help of our stakeholders. So we are closely monitoring the extreme events like tropical cyclones, and we have also developed this visualization tool, which will be used together with our forecasters and our stakeholders. So these are some of the verifications that we have undertaken after issuing our impact-based warnings. So with the help of our partners, the stakeholders, particularly the LGUs of Metro Manila. In this case, we were able to assess the performance of our warning system, our impact tables, and this will be continued such that we could have a good results or outcome before we totally operationalize this system. So also under the work package 3, we are our success will not be achieved with our partnership with our stakeholders. So collaboration with multi-sectors is critical to ensure common understanding as well as data preparation for integration of all existing risk information into the impact-based forecasting system. Since there will be a significant change in PAGASA's operational forecasting and warning services, this will require closer operational partnership and collaboration with partner institutions and users, which is a key to the success of this impact-based forecasting. So hopefully by next year, we will be operating the system through the help of our partners from Metro Manila and Metro Cebu. So this is our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. So I think this is really a good system because it's a life-saving system. And thank you so much, Doctor, for this presentation. Next, actually, we are going into the last speaker. We have Dr. Marilu to talk about biodiversity data repository. Dr. Marilu, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Sim. I'd like to share my screen. Okay, so I hope that can be. Okay, so my talk for today is conserving Philippine biodiversity from the field to data integration. Now, before I go to our Newton Fund, I'll just give you a short background of why we chose, a text mining tool in order to help in the conservation of Philippine biodiversity. Well, there are 17 megadiverse countries, and the Philippines is one of them. However, it is both a hotspot and a megadiverse country. So, it is a hotspot, and therefore, this megadiversity is being threatened. And there are many threats. We know that the Philippine population is ballooning. We have more than 100 million population, so this biodiversity is threatened by human encroachment. There are also extractive industries like logging and mining, and you have also climate change, okay? So to address this, DNR, in particular the Biodiversity Management Bureau, designated certain protected areas. They called it MIPAS. And they came up with a Philippine Biodiversity Conservation Priority Setting. Okay, there are very few studies that really deals with biodiversity. A lot of this in silent formats. And just to give you an example of how diverse Philippine biodiversity is, we did this study in 1996, and then 6 months in 2007 to 2008 in a small area in a mountain in the south of the Philippines, and we got 260 morpho species of spiders, okay? And because nobody's working on insects, there are work on marine biodiversity, on birds, on terrestrial organisms, okay? But just to give you an idea of how diverse our arthropods is, okay? Then for ants, the lowly ants, we did a study, or in collaboration with Ateneo de Naga University, from 2012 to 2013, just a small area, less than 100 hectares, again in the same mountain, they got 226 species of ants. Okay, so that's how biodiverse Philippine wildlife is. Okay, however, you know, documenting this, okay, is wrought with a lot of limitations. We don't have a lot of data on natural science. We have limited up-to-date natural science and socioeconomic information to guide management plans. Okay, when we went to DNR or DMB, okay, they do have a listing of our different terrestrial organisms. Okay, and it was in Excel file. Okay, and you know, if you want to manage a particular species, you want to know the changes that it undergoes over the years. Okay, as a result of the environmental stresses. Okay, then we also lack taxonomic experts for various species. The few taxonomic experts we have, 3 of them are already gone. Okay, then there are many databases, but information on Philippine biodiversity is fragmented, meaning every institution that work on biodiversity have their own format. Okay, and most institutions store this in Excel files, and these are not being shared. And if you look at GBIF and ACB, at the time we had this project in 2014, okay, there is very limited information about Philippine biodiversity. Okay, so there are various initiatives. Like I said, there are many databases, like the Philippine Biodiversity Conservation Foundation came up with a database for marine protected areas. The PhilBatis is an online biodiversity system on the freshwater of the Philippines. We have Makibis for Mount Makiling. We did this plant arthro database for Mount Isarog. And then we started with the Philippine Biodiversity Information System, or we call it, or first, initially the Philippine Biodiversity Information Database application. Okay. And these are the global facility. We do have a lot of contribution to fish base, but for ACB and GBIF, at the time that we were proposing this project, there is very little information. The 571 occurrence, for example, came from many authors outside the Philippines. Okay, and in the local setting, we don't have occurrence data sets. We have one metadata data set only. This was at the time that we were proposing the project. Okay, so this project that was funded by Newton Grant in March 2015, it's a 2-year grant, okay, was called COPUS, Conserving Philippine Biodiversity by Understanding Big Data. So we cannot conserve something that we do not know. We first need to have a data on what species we have. And the project aimed to advance the means by which Philippine biodiversity information is being collected and published. In other words, since we don't have, if we try to go to different institutions and try to collect all the data, it's going to take a long time. So what this project is aimed to do is to facilitate the collection of data by having a text mining tool. Okay, it's an online knowledge repository of Philippine biodiversity, and the content will be semi-automatically curated by text mining-based analysis. It's a collaboration between the Philippine partners, UP Manila, UP Diliman, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and the University of Manchester's National Center for Text Mining. Okay. The objective was to mine the voluminous scientific literature. Then it will be used in the formulation of timely formulation of environmental policies, and it can provide other use cases. Okay, so I am elaborating on what we did so that people will understand how it can be used. Okay, so in doing a text mining tool, we have the biodiversity literature. These are unstructured data. So we made an algorithm, okay, that will extract the information and convert it to a structured and annotated corpus, okay, and feed it to an application, okay, so that now you get a lot of data. You can look for patterns, you can see the changes, whether it be due to climate change, whether it be due to the human encroachment, but through the years, you can now look at the changes in biodiversity, okay? How many species are being lost? How many species are being discovered? And so on and so forth, okay? All right. So what this will be useful for is to monitor, okay, the different species. So it's environmental monitoring and planning, which is the function of the Biodiversity Management Bureau, and come up with policy recommendations on threats to our biodiversity. Then we can have some use, such as because I'm from UP Manila, we are quite interested in its medical use, particularly on natural products research. And it can also be used in the control of pests or infective agents. We do have a lot of alien species, and some of them have already become pests. Okay, and we use digital resources, okay? These are all available freely. Our main information, the main information was gathered from the Biodiversity Heritage Library, which is a consortium of botanical and natural history library. They store digitized legacy literature on biodiversity. It holds 130,000 volumes, meaning millions of pages of PDFs and OCR generated text. There's a lot of amount of textual content with over 150 million species. And what is nice about it is it is open access. Okay, so we use some of the literature to train our model, and then use it to come up with our application tool. Okay, so we collect the documents, all about the Philippines, and this was annotated. Okay, and then we were able to see NER, or natural entity, named entity recognition. Okay, look at relational data, and then come up with occurrence, which we feed to PhilBida. Okay. So the outcome of this is, we now have a tool, okay, that can be used by our institutions like DMB, okay, and copious features in the Better World Showcase in 2018. It has been shortlisted as a potential recipient of the People's Vote Award. We have several publications. Other than about the particular program that was done, we were able to use it, okay, for example, in the modeling of the coverage of dipterocarps in Central Visayas, Philippines. Okay, then we also were able to use it okay, so in one of the publication, sorry, I cannot see. Okay, wherein you can look at how we can have a better informed regeneration and reforestation in the Philippines. Okay, All right. And then there are now two models of taxon and habitat detection. This was incorporated into the Argo component of NERSuite Custom Tagger. Argo is an open access application. And so this can be useful for anyone. And then there is a taxon and habitat dictionary available also in Argo. Okay. So this is publicly available. Okay. At the website is here. Okay. And I'd like to thank the Department of Philippine Science, Physical Sciences and Mathematics, the Department of Computer Science, the Biodiversity Management Bureau, which is the Philippine partner, the School of Computer Science in the University of Manchester. Our partner is Professor Sofia Ananagtu, and the researchers, okay? And you can access Copius at this, just to show you how this was incorporated, okay, in the NACTEM homepage, no? Okay, so it talks about the collaborative project and the conservation of Philippine biodiversity. Okay. And here is the entire project. Okay. What has been done and the different outcomes. Okay. The tools we have created. Okay. Then the resources, the corpus, and we were actually hoping to come up with the Philippine Atlas of Biodiversity, except that it was not part of the funding. Okay. And the project has ended in 2017. Okay. So I'd like to go back. Oh, I cannot go. I'm sorry. So
Dr. Nicholas, we can still see your presentation.
Yeah, but I'm trying to go back to the
okay.
To the presentation. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Let me just stop share first. Okay, and I'd like to share again. Okay. And I'd like to acknowledge the Newton grant for the funding. In 2015 to 2017, UP Manila and UP Diliman for the researchers protected time that allowed them to take part in this research, and the Biodiversity Management Bureau. We were supposed to roll it out. We already had certain discussions and meetings with BMB, who will be the main recipients of this application tool. Well, unfortunately, the head of that of the particular section that's going to take care of this died at the time that we were supposed to roll it out. Okay. At any rate, Argo is an open source application. It can be utilized by all of the researchers or who would like to mine data from Philippine biodiversity pertaining to terrestrial plants, okay? Terrestrial organisms. There are some use because when we annotated the literature, we included the use cases for the annotation. So this can be accessed because it is an open source. Okay. Thank you very much. And mabuhay.
Thank you for the excellent presentation, Dr. Marilo. You are definitely doing a great job to preserve knowledge, and not only for us now, the present, but for our future generations. Thank you. So after listening to all three presentations, we have come to the question and answer sessions. So may I ask Dr. Biona, Dr. SP, and Dr. Marilu to join us for this session? I actually have seen a question being asked on the chat box, but I believe Dr. Biona has answered on the chat box. But for the benefit of those who join us on the Facebook Live, I would just ask this question again, and then hope that so Dr. Biona, you can answer that and let our audience on the Facebook to know what is that. How much does our Department of Transportation benefit or is open to your results? As you are aware, my colleague at DOST have developed hybrid train technology locally, but it looks like we are intent to import, for example, trains from Indonesia. So what is your answer? It sounds like a difficult question.
I think at the very start, when we started everything, that's what the back of our mind. We don't want to work on something that will not be eventually adopted. So that's why we did a lot of consultations. In fact, as I've said earlier, the original concept that we have in mind eventually changed totally. So I think that would somehow ensure that eventually this will be adopted, because we first did a lot of consultations. Okay, that's first one. So we look at the economic side, we look at the social side, we look at the legal side to ensure that this is something that could be rolled out. And then second, okay, while developing this, we're not actually developing this alone. We are co-developing this with the intended market. And together with that, also we have already investors in line to upscale the final output. So as I mentioned earlier, this project is funded by 3 organizations: UN Habitat, EU Horizons 2020 project, and DO and Department of Science and Technology. And the funds in these 3 projects combined will allow us to roll out 20 units as pilot for about a year, set up the charging network in Pasig City, and then serve the transport needs of the local government unit. Okay, and while doing that, we're doing the technical and economic evaluation of the system, and this will be used to further modify the system before it is eventually upscaled. So as early as now, in fact, we have already signed a production agreement with the company to upscale and produce these vehicles in the system. Yeah, so I think that somehow assures that this is eventually rolled out in the market. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Biona. I think there's a lot of what Dr. Biona has mentioned is the collaborations and bringing everyone on board, especially those are important stakeholders, right? And then getting the buy-in. So I just wonder for Dr. SP, in terms of the project, the system that you built to detect the weather challenges, we have so much of the extreme climate nowadays. What kind of actually the challenges that you're facing in terms of collaborations when you started this project?
When we started this project, we really need the commitment of our stakeholders, because this is very important in the implementation of our project or of our warning system. Because even though we come up with a good system, but this is not properly understood, and we cannot have the cooperation and commitment of our stakeholders, particularly our disaster risk reduction managers and officers. So because the success of this project is really critical, their participation is really critical in the success of this project. So when we already have the commitment through a resolution of the Metro Manila Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, we are very sure that this will push through, and this will continue on even if the project is already completed, and there will be a continued collaboration or engagement even after the project so that the system will be improved. But now that we have their commitment, we are happy that, and we are seeing a bright future for the success of this system. We are also one of the challenge right now is our, due to pandemic, there are some activities which were not conducted. Supposed to be, we will be having a face-to-face training with our stakeholders so that we could explain to them really how it works. It is best explained when this is a face-to-face, and also some of our training activities with the UK partners are withheld because of this pandemic. So we are supposed to have some training also in UK, and they will be coming over to the Philippines for our capacity building and exercises. So right now we are doing this online or virtually, although it is best if this will be on a face-to-face basis so that our outcome will be better. But looking forward, there are still, even if the project is completed, I guess we could continue in some of our activities, particularly with our local stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. SB. I think pandemic really does bring a lot of challenges to us who are working in the research and on the field, right? So I think we really not have much of the time, but just one quick question for Dr. Marilo. I really wanted to ask this. I mean, you have mentioned about the platform now is being utilized, but unfortunately it's not being continued in terms of the supports and the grants, right? I just wonder, without the Newton grants now, what do you think, like, what you can achieve and what you can't achieve actually?
What we have developed is an additional tool that we incorporated in an open source data application. Now, DNR has opened a section. They hired a lot of IT experts, and these are the IT experts that will take over the project, utilizing this now to mine data. Okay, because the PhilBIDA is supposed to integrate all the databases, but it takes too long. So it will help DNR if they have a text mining tool that will mine literature. These are already published data. So they can use the literature. We don't yet have the citizen science. We still don't have the data coming from the field. Okay, well, except for a few. So, but by having an open access data application, they can now tweak, okay? That section in BMB can now tweak so that it can be used for their own application, particularly environmental planning. So I mean, they can just open this application and they can use it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marilo. I think due to the time factor, we really don't have much more time to discuss further. But should you wish to communicate with our speakers here and discuss more of their research and affiliations, their contact details are flashed on the screen now. I think Sarah is sharing it. So you can see that their contact details are all there. So thank you so much. Let's join me to thank our speakers. Thank you, Dr. Tan, Biona, Dr. SP, and Dr. Nicholas. I think now we shall wait for other participants to return to this main plenary room, and then we will continue to the next program. Thank you so much for your participation, and thank you for your time, all the speakers.
Thank you.
We are still waiting for one more group to come back to the main room. So while we're waiting for them, maybe we could just take some water and bathroom break and stretch our legs.
Sarah? Sarah?
Yes, Pa?
Is this the same room we are going to be on the session 3?
Yes, session 3 will be in this room.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I think the groups from health and health and life sciences and also the agri-tech and food security have already returned, while the others may be doing a quick bathroom break. So let's give them maybe another minute to return, and then we can proceed with the third um, session with Undersecretary Guevara, Dr. Domingo, and Dr. De La Rosa. All right. So let me open my camera. All right. So we hope that we are learning the ways of research made by Philippine and UK partners as supported by the Newton Agham program. To know more of other research initiatives in all our priority areas, we invite you again to visit newtonagham.com to view posters and videos about the Newton Agham grants and researches. We are streaming live on Facebook through the British Council and the DOST Facebook pages. And please interact with us and share your comments below the live stream feed and use the hashtags hashtag Newton Agham, hashtag Newton Fund, and hashtag Education Connects Us. And finally, we're posting live tweets through the British Council Twitter account at THBritish. Now, for the session 3, we call on our next and final session moderator, Ms. Karen Heapol, who is Senior Trade Manager at the Department of International Trade, British Embassy, Manila. Prior to this, Karen served as former Newton Agham Fund Strategic Manager, also at the British Embassy, Manila. Hi, Karen.
Hi, Danny. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I hope you can see me as well. Okay, there, great. So hello, everyone. Good afternoon to our dear researchers, academics, and partners in the Philippines. And good morning to our counterparts in the UK. Again, my name is Karen Heapol, Senior Trade Manager from the Department of International Trade. It is my pleasure to be your moderator for the third and final session for our Newton Agham reception. I wish we could have done this physically. It would have been good to see all of you again after a long time, but I guess this will do for now. Our third session, as mentioned, will focus on the government, academe, industry partnership nexus in research and development. We are honored to have 3 exceptional speakers today who will discuss the importance and potential of this partnership nexus, as well as insights on forging these partnerships and navigating through them towards advancing research, strengthening innovation, and creating impact. So with no further delay, our first speaker is Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, the Undersecretary for Research and Development of the Department of Science and Technology. USEC-GEV supervises the 4 UST councils, 7 UST Research and Development Institutes, and the Technology Application and Promotion Institute. She is seconded from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, where she specializes in speech and audio signal processing, time frequency analysis and synthesis, as well as artificial intelligence. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome USEC-GEV.
Thank you very much, Karen. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, especially our Regional Director, Eleanor Buxton, my fellow speakers, friends in academe, in industry, and in government, and of course, our friends in media. Ladies and gentlemen, magandang agham sa ating lahat. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to everyone. Before I give my talk, I would like to thank the British Embassy and our partners in the Newton Agham program for making us their first partner in the program and for teaching us a different way of having international relations. In 2016, when our administration started, we decided that we are only going to partner with 20 bilateral or multilateral partners. And when we had a talk with the UK, we were impressed because they were not treating us like a donee. They were not acting like a donor. They were acting like a partner. And from then on, we have strived to make partners out of our international bilateral and multilateral partners. We believe that this is the modern way of having relationships across the sea, across the land. And this is the only way that we can make innovation an exciting field, and we can make research and development make things happen. This afternoon, I'm tasked to discuss the importance of and potential of government, academe, industry nexus in economic development and social welfare. I'll be sharing with you some of the efforts of the Department of Science and Technology to strengthen government, academe, industry collaboration to help businesses increase their competitive advantage through our various programs and funding assistance. Recognizing the critical role of science and technology in national economic development, the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST, has been offering scholarship programs from secondary education to graduate studies in science and engineering and science education that are intended to increase the critical mass of our S&T human resource. The quality and competence of Filipino researchers is recognized worldwide. In the Global Innovation Index report, we are tagged as efficient innovators because our innovation output is higher than our innovation input. The Philippines is also known as an innovation overachiever, as we achieved better than what is expected given our level of development. In fact, graduates in science and engineering and research talent are considered a strength of the country. In short, we have a promising human resource for S&T innovations. However, human resource is only one piece of the puzzle in the innovation ecosystem. We need to properly position this strength to make significant economic and social impact. Our role in government is to facilitate strong collaboration with and among academia and industry and government through programs and policies, investments, and by providing the necessary infrastructure and services. Speaking of infrastructure, the DOST has established various laboratories and centers to support the R&D activities, product development, and commercialization efforts of research and development institutes, the academe, and industry. One of the major initiatives of DOST is the collaborative research and development to leverage the Philippine economy, or CRADLE program, under the Science for Change program, which aims to foster academe-industry collaborations and improve the country's innovation ecosystem by facilitating the smooth transition of new technologies from the academe to industries. The DOST provides up to 5 million pesos of funding for the project, while the partner company provides at least 20% counterpart funding in cash or in kind or in-person hours and commits to adopt the technology after the research. Since 2017, the CRADLE program has catalyzed 73 academe-industry partnerships. From the progress we saw in that short time, we can readily attest that this kind of partnership works if both parties are committed and have deep-rooted collaboration, which begins during the proposal development and is developed further during the project implementation and could extend even beyond the project. Let me give you some examples of how the CRADLE framework works. In the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector, the Iho Resources Corporation, based in Mindanao, partnered with the University of Southeastern Philippines, or USEP, in the development of a surveillance system that maps the spread of banana diseases in the plantation. Another collaboration of USEP is with Franklin Baker of the Philippines and CocoLink in the development and pilot testing of the tree climbing assistance device and mobile mechanical dehusker for coconut. In the industry, energy, and emerging technology sector, the UP Diliman and the Batangas Egg Producers Cooperative, or BEPCO, have collaborated in transforming low-value eggs into high-value products such as egg white powders and granules. This is a great example of turning a perceived financial loss into profit. In Davao, LeadTech, or Learning by Doing Technologies Company, partnered with USEP in the development of Pi Solar, a payment system for the solar home system wherein the IPs can pay the unit every month until they have paid the total cost. With this, the community can now have affordable electricity. In the health sector, University of San Agustin, together with Del Monte Philippines Incorporated, were able to find compounds with cholesterol-lowering and lipase activity in waste plant parts through metabolomics. The DOST aims to expand the benefits of university-industry collaboration through the industry-level CRADLE program, or iCradle. In the iCradle program, industry-wide problems or needs shall be identified and solved through research and development with the goal of increasing competitiveness of Philippine industries. The success of Cradle projects lies in its framework, which follows the whole of nation approach. It is imperative for the government, academia, and industry to closely work together to optimize the impact of government funding towards inclusive innovation. I'm also pleased to inform you that aside from the Cradle program, we have other initiatives under the Science for Change program. These are the niche centers in the regions for R&D, where we put up new R&D centers all over the country. So far, we have 38 niche centers in the regions. We also have the R&D leadership that aims to train new research groups in universities that have never been able to submit proposals or even get approved proposals from government funding agencies. And lastly, the Business Innovation through S&T for Industry, or BIS program, aims to de-risk research and development for companies who would like to engage in research by the government funding up to 70% of their research equipment or software. Of course, they have to repay the government at 0% interest. As the DOST started the initiative in accelerating science, technology, and innovation in the country, our department plans to continue and sustain these efforts. Hence, we are pushing for the passage of the Science for Change bill. This will enable us to intensify even further government, industry, academe, collaborative activities in R&D and other S&T programs designed to unleash the full potential of S&T in contributing to socio-economic development. Innovation is key to economic development and social welfare. The DOST enjoins the rest of the other government units, both national and local, as well as the industry and academic sectors, to rally behind the passage of this legislative initiative so that S&T can take a much stronger foothold in pushing the economic and social progress of our country. Again, thank you to our partners from UK, and muli, magandang agham po sa ating lahat. Good afternoon to all.
Thank you very much for you, Gab, and thank you for sharing with us the initiatives of DOST and a lot of very exciting examples. We will now proceed to our next speaker, so please reserve your questions for later for Yusek. Our second speaker is Dr. Clarissa Yvonne Domingo, a licensed veterinarian, a public health scientist, and a professor at the College of Veterinary Science and Medicine at the Central Luzon State University. She has been a recipient of several science research grants, including the Royal Academy of Engineering's Leaders in Innovation Fellowship Program in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Clarissa Domingo.
Dr. Clarissa Yvonne Domingo, a professor of the College of Veterinary Science and Medicine of the Central Luzon State University. I would like to share with you my insights on the government university industry engagement to research and development. In the Philippines, where livestock and veterinary services are historically under-resourced, delayed interventions to contain an animal disease outbreak demonstrates the weakness of veterinary services, especially in low-class municipalities. The traditional approach, which focuses mainly on individual animal disease diagnosis and generally does not formally consider population diagnoses, is not addressing the need for population-based diagnostic methods and information that are critically important in identifying the multi-causality of disease and the factors predisposing or contributing to development of new or emerging diseases. If the Central Veterinary Laboratory and Regional Animal Diagnostic Laboratories operate primarily as service facilities for sample testing submitted by livestock and poultry industries, then they have no time to do research and develop in-house test kits. Thus, they become essentially users of available diagnostic tests and protocols manufactured commercially by other countries. When exotic diseases enter the Philippine territory, the country must seek services from other countries with advanced veterinary services. While waiting for the confirmatory results, the delay gives ample time for the unidentified exotic viruses to establish in the local herds or flocks before spreading to other susceptible animals, farms, and places. There is a lack of Filipino scientists engaged in research for transboundary animal diseases. Aside from those employed in academic institutions, there is inadequate supply of veterinarians educated for careers in research, public health, food systems, ecosystem health, diagnostic laboratory investigation, and rural and/or food animal practice. In case veterinarians do want to engage in research but lack the needed skill in conducting molecular biotechnology studies, they can partner or collaborate with a biologist to engage on the development of diagnostic protocols. There is limited applied researches being conducted. State-of-the-art scientific approaches and technologies, often developed by and for basic research, are often rapidly adopted by first responder and public health communities to protect human health, but they have been significantly slower to transition into the animal health arena. Translational or applied research and government funding sources to support the development, validation, and/or implementation of technological tools specifically for animal health applications are limited, and economic incentives for the private sector do not traditionally support these development efforts. In this slide, the funding agency could collate issues or gaps that are needed to be answered through strategic plans for R&D, from participatory consultations with government agencies and private stakeholders. The funding agency then invites researchers from academic universities and present the topics in which they can start to work on. Afterwards, research technologies or products are submitted to the accrediting government agency for validation and eventually for product registration. The university's technology business incubator program invites the researcher who developed the technology or product to become an incubatee. Being a TBI incubatee, the researcher receives many benefits such as soft loan, chance to promote the technology during technology transfer activities, assistance for the technology to be patented, and to accumulate income from the technology commercialization by the TBI. Commercialization may also take form in other ways, such as one, the technology is licensed out to a private firm that will be evaluated by a committee for the Fairness Opinion Board. If the private firm successfully passed the Fairness Opinion Board, the TBI licenses it out to the firm, and both the university and the researcher will receive corresponding royalties from every item sold. And the second way is that the researcher may opt to be the licensee in order to found his own startup company to commercialize his developed technology. This slide shows the milestones that I went through before I founded the Blitzkrieg Animal Diagnostic Center. In 2011 to 2017, I had many research activities with national and national funding agencies, and the focus of these research projects were on developing rapid test kits for swine and poultry diseases. By 2017, I was included in the selection of participants to the Leaders in Innovation Fellowship by Newton Agham and DOST that encouraged me afterwards to enroll as incubatee in the university's Technology Business Incubator Program in 2018. The technology product which gave me a break in the field of commercialization was the product brand Andali PED RT lamp test kit. This was registered under the IPOFIL. PED means porcine epidemic diarrhea, which is a swine viral disease that causes severe diarrhea, especially in piglets. Now, this test kit was applied for patent in 2015, and after 5 years, the patent certificate was awarded, and this was awarded September 2020. The test kit also won the AFMA Gold Prize in the 27th National Research Symposium under the category Applied Research in Agriculture, and was a national finalist in the 2016 Alfredo M. Yao National Intellectual Property Awards, sponsored by the PCCI. The test kit was also given a certificate of product registration by the Bureau of Animal Industry in 2018. Now, this picture shows me receiving a certificate of completion from the Royal Academy of Engineering and from the Asian Institute of Management in 2018. As an incubatee of the university's TBI, these are the benefits that I received: business development services, marketing assistance, networking, administrative services, intellectual property services, and legal counseling services. Infographics of the product was created, and I presented this to several technology transfer events sponsored by DOST throughout the country. Finally, in 2019, I decided to organize a tech trust startup company, which was acknowledged by the TBI, that considered me as their acceleratee in the program. Blitzkrieg is actually a German word which means rapid attack or lightning. So this is an intense military campaign intended to bring about a swift victory, which signifies the goal of the product and the services of the company that I founded. Now, these are the legal documents that I applied for when I started my company as sole proprietor. The objectives of the Blitzkrieg Animal Diagnostic Center is that the point of outbreak detection kits are affordable and available to every animal health practitioner in implementing timely control and preventive measures. And the objectives of the company are the following: to do R&D for emerging and re-emerging animal diseases, to serve as a supplier by mass production and commercialization of the novel test kits to every animal health practitioner, to be a service provider to farms that submit samples for testing using the test kits, of course, to be an income generator to help generate jobs by offering the test kit distribution opportunities to entrepreneurs, and as a trainer to provide trainings on how to use the test kits. Now, these are now the different test kits that were developed from my research projects. These are the clients that have availed of our projects by either availing our test services or by buying the test kits, or maybe these were students and vet colleges from state universities that bought the test kits for their thesis research projects. These are our current clients that bought the test kits and also availed of the test services of the company. And these are just samples of the training workshops conducted before the pandemic, but now we are conducting the trainings using the Zoom application for doing virtual training. Our participants come from the academe, our ADDL, and the local government units who use the test kits. National funding agencies must continue to support innovations that produce our own diagnostic products and help institutionalize them instead of depending on the products from other countries. Validated test kits must be licensed out to private Filipino companies for commercialization and distribution. With this, growth of the local veterinary biotechnology companies will be seen. Perhaps transition from being an importer of foreign biotechnology products, the Philippines will be known as exporter of Filipino-made test kits. Likewise, this move will create jobs and generate foreign earnings for the Philippine economy. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kla. And thank you for your insights on your journey towards commercialization from the perspective of your research and your university, including the support that you received from LIF and from DOST. I would like to remind the audience that if you have any questions for our speakers, please do feel free to type them in the chat and we will try our best to address them later. Okay. Our last but not least, to complete the roster, our third speaker, we have Dr. Lea de la Rosa, who is an associate professor, architect, and environmental planner from the UST College of Architecture. Dr. de la Rosa is also a senior research fellow at the UST Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities, and international consultant for Asian Development Bank and World Bank for various mission projects in Southeast Asia. So ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lea de la Rosa.
Good afternoon. I'm Lea de la Rosa from the University of Santo Tomas. I'm presenting to you the Newton Agham's Institutional Link project titled Ecosocial Surveying, Mapping Social Assets, Urban Greenery, and the Connections Between Them in a Rapidly Changing Cities. The project, which was funded by the British Council, Newton Agham, and the Commission on Higher Education, was formally awarded in December 2017 and started January 11 with a duration of 2 years, involving the stakeholders from the local government of Santa Rosa, composed of 18 barangays, the academe within the Academe University of Santo Tomas, and the other universities in Laguna, as well as the industry, the United Architects of the Philippines, and the Philippine Institute of Environmental Planners. The project aimed to develop the culture of collaborative urban research across universities, University of Santo Tomas, and University of Reading, as well as generate ecosocial assets, maps of neighborhoods in Santa Rosa and Reading. Also to develop planning guidance in the form of taxonomy of ecosocial assets, as well as tools and processes for shared learning of both universities, and to finally formulate an action plan for future collaboration. The project was able to achieve the SDG, not only one, but 5 SDG, SDG 17, 16, 10, 11, and 13. Along the way, we were able to develop this framework composed of participatory visual method, citizen science, and mapping, resulting to the several outputs as listed here in the slide. During the project, we participated in 23 major activities and 99 minor activities. Most of them are conducted within the local government of Santa Rosa. The research activities included 3,000 community respondents, 34 team coordination meeting, 21 months of field works, 16 workshops, 4 international conferences, 140 volumes of raw data, 83 raw maps, 57 volumes of reports, and 198 produced maps. During the project, we encountered challenges but did not hinder the teams to complete the project. Among them are tropical typhoons, earthquake, volcanic ash falls, and pandemic. Let me give you an example of one of the activity, which is a baseline survey conducted in all the barangay, which totaling of 2,516 respondents. We also conducted capacity building and training among the researchers, the local government representatives, and students. The community engagements representing selected stakeholders from 18 barangays. These were conducted in 2019 and also in 2020. The Barangay Transect Walk, also with the barangay stakeholders, were done with the guide questions, with trackers and all other tools, specifically video and photography, alongside with the narratives of the community partners. The Transect Walk and social value impacts were conducted to map all the assets of the barangay and the impact of these assets to the community. These are the example of the assets which have social value impacts: positive emotions, connectivity and active lifestyle in Tagalog, empathy, ugnayan, and bayanihan. The route mapping is composed of routes of individual from each barangay, telling them their experiences, daily experiences, from work to home or from their home to their places of other activities during the day. One good output of this project is we were able to come up with a mobile urban living room in the absence of a permanent urban living lab. We conducted this using a bus from the university, where the community participated and reacted to all our works, and also participated to recommend some solutions which they think are achievable in their barangays. We call it community design or co-design, wherein the children were guided to draw their playground and their using clay and other art materials, and they share their experiences during the activity. The collaboration with the University of Reading produced not only good partnership and networking, but also we were able to attend and participate in their conferences and workshops, as well as we learned a lot from how they do community participatory projects, the way also they learn from us. International workshops and seminars were held. There were about 4, participated by more than 200 architects and other attendees, which translates into papers some of the aspect of participatory mapping and also placemaking and other discourses in urban eco-social assets or values. These are the samples of our output reports with maps, 18 volumes of maps, as well as the TODA maps, or we call the Tricycle Operators Drivers Association route maps. And of course, the final report included also narratives of comprehensive reports of all the activities that we have done. We also did taxonomy of eco-social assets for each barangay. We were able also to come up with sketches and thematic photos during the participatory visual methods. The streetscape and lakescape documentation, highlighting the assets in both the streets and the lakeside, and producing urban design guidance for each barangay, which will aid them to develop and enhance their eco-social assets. We also produce audiovisual presentations and pamphlets for the barangays to be able to manage and take care of their eco-social assets. The 41 tricycle drivers associations were given maps of their routes, and they also participated in the activities relating to eco-social asset mapping. We presented the outputs to the mayor of the local government of Santa Rosa last February 19th. We also published works in international online journal, as well as presented them in some forum. The certificates of merits were also given to us by the local government, because we were able to give them recommendations for policy, which they will adopt in their CLUP and other eco-profiling and other urban design guidance creation. The impact of the project included the sector and local government, local community, transport, University of Santo Tomas, international, local, state, universities and colleges, the industries, the UK collaborating partners, institutions and agencies. The project has strengthened the community-based participatory research with full and equal partners in all phases of the research process. Okay. All the stakeholders and partners contributed their expertise to enhance the understanding of this given phenomenon in the identification of the eco-social assets. Among the 8 indicators of CBRP, we were able to fulfill 8 out of 8 of these indicators. And a final note, the project has one added aspect which has become very significant to us. This was related to developing a very cohesive research team and persevering and stood steadfast during those times when difficulties arose. These are the list of our research team as well as our student researchers during the duration of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Lea de la Rosa. So again, that covers our 3 speakers for this session. And we will now open the floor to questions and for our open forum. If it would be possible, could we ask our speakers to turn on their videos and for the organizers to spotlight them as well for ease of reference. Thank you. So now we have back on screen Yusek Kev, Dr. De La Rosa, and Dr. Cla Domingo. Okay, good afternoon po ulit sa ating lahat. So I guess, again, the topic for this afternoon is government, university, industry nexus. And I guess one question for all of our panelists is, many of our viewers now are researchers, actually, and academics, both in the UK and in the Philippines. In the very short term, what is one thing that they can do as an academic or as a researcher to help support this 3-way partnership based on your experience or based, I guess, on the initiatives that you have in your organization? Anyone can go first. Like, what can we do to help support this nexus or partnership and collaboration?
If I may go first.
Yes, po, Yusek.
Yeah. One of the things that researchers should understand is that we have gone through the 3 waves of 3 types of researchers. No? First, there was the teaching-centric research. You were doing research so that you'll end up doing very good job at teaching. Then came what we call the peer-centric researchers, those who are trying to get high H values and lots of citations and publications and so on, peer-centric. And then the third, the new wave now, is what we call social-centric research, meaning to say, you're going to do research such that it has impact for the country. This is difficult for some researchers, especially those who are trying to get promoted because, the university counts your publication, patents, etc. No? They don't really measure your accomplishment in terms of your social impact. But we are in the Philippines, and the real situation is that the country needs its researchers to do R&D that will make change happen. And so I hope our researchers will keep in mind that in order for the nexus to work, you have to be open to the possibility of working with the private sector, with the other government institutions, and also with other academic institutions. Please do not ask for the same equipment as your neighbor university from DOST. Learn to collaborate. Just go to the other university and work with the researchers there. We need to work together in order to make impact. Thank you very much, Karen, for that question.
Can I also answer?
Yes, po, Dr.
Okay.
Lea.
I fully agree with Dr. Guevara. Of course, I've been teaching in the university for the last 27 years, but never did I felt research as important as it is now. I've been a researcher for 21 years. We discovered that research or applied research can be very, very effective in producing really good social values. And this would also meaning we have to be not in control, but really collaborating with the community. The community is our ground, is our study area. And we just don't be like telling them what to do, but making them as community researchers. We discovered that. They were very, very excited when we taught them how to do all this type, although we were doing all the processing, but the whole exercise activities made them realize that even if they are not educated in the university, they could be part of the undertaking. So I guess the best part is that not just trying to do what was given in the grant, but really to do more and to expect that later on it will bear fruit in the community. That's what we saw when we were able to gather more than 3,000 people. And then pandemic and not pandemic, even during the earthquakes, during the ashfall, they were all there. And these are all incredible people who are from the grassroots, and they realized pwede naman pala kami to be involved in a research from the university. And I think this is also what you call this, putting the gap, dapat wala na yung gap. So linking the community, the industry, and also the university. Okay. I think that's the role of research.
Yeah, for me, it's very important that a researcher should always be collaborating and consulting with, let's say, funding agencies, particularly on what is being focused, what's the theme, what's the need, what's the gap, and then from there we can work on that. So sabi nga, there's academic freedom, so there's research freedom also on how to do it. And the important thing is that if you have already a team of let's say your group, you should always share your passion. You should always tell them that we're doing this for the country, we're doing this for the farm owners, no? And we are helping them, giving an alternative choice for a more affordable test. And that's why, perhaps that's the main thing, that's why that pushed me to be an incubatee, so that the products that we have developed in our research be commercialized already or be used, instead of accumulating dust in the in the college. Then it will now be used by the stakeholders.
That's right.
Thank you very much, po. Thank you for the emphasis on, again, ensuring that our work is social centric and we have our target users really benefiting from them. Our next question po is for Dr. Lea De La Rosa. You work a lot with the barangays and the communities. Was there any hesitation, or how were you able to encourage them to work with your research, especially if you're not that familiar with the process or not that willing?
Okay. The first is, of course, trying to connect with them with your, I mean, it's more of sincerity and letting them know you're in good faith when you are with them. And one thing is that they said that there were several universities already who came before but never came back. I mean, literally, they just did their work, and then afterwards they never heard from them. But what we did, that even if the activities were done, we keep getting in touch with them, with the local government. We share even the cell phone numbers. They do say hello to us once in a while. And during the pandemic, we had the chance of going there, and we let them know that we are there. Even we have no official duty during that time, but we tried our best to never lose connections with them. I think that's the best way, is to show that in good faith you mean something better for the community.
Thank you po, Dr. De La Rosa. I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that. Okay. The next question po that came in is for Dr. Domingo. In your experience po in commercialization, was there any university policies that you think could still be improved, or that maybe could be used as best practice or lessons for our other universities who would also like to do more in commercialization? You're still on mute po, ma'am.
So first, I became an incubatee under the university's TBI. So there is a MOA that we forged, wherein because the test kit is already patented, and well, of course, it was developed in the university using the university's laboratory, electricity, equipment, etc. So of course, every time that a product is sold, then 1% of the gross will be used as royalty. And for the royalty, 60% for the university, 40% for the researcher. So that is the policy. And then now that some of the test kits have not been, they are still being applied for patent, no? So some of that's the understanding. Every time a kit is sold, then there will be royalties set aside. So I'm very happy because I'm also helping my university. So everyone is happy. And at the same time, of course, the stakeholders, for instance, they have an alternative of a more affordable test kit. So that's it. So I always say to my staff, I will not accumulate money because I cannot take them when I die. But of course, this money will be, will be used to build up the capital again so that we can do more and even help. I already have a friend, a researcher, who would like to do to develop a test kit. I said, let's join the cradle, because now the firm, the company is already on its 3rd year, and I think that's the minimum, I think 3 years of existence. So I have been paying my income tax already, so being a good citizen of the country. So that's it. So maybe I can now partner with some of the researchers who would like to commercialize their test kit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Domingo. There is a question actually in the chat for you, Gev. But I guess we can add more to it. It says there, I would like to ask about a research that contains indigenous knowledge or local heritage of some IP communities here in Central Mindanao. Could be possible that the UST can accept this kind of research. It specifies basketry, but I think it would be nice to hear about, in general, communities with local heritage. And what if you want to do research about that? You said,
Thank you for that question. Usually, research of that kind are funded under the National Research Council of the Philippines, because that council covers social sciences, humanities, and the arts. No, unlike the other 3 councils, which is a Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology, Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources, and Council for Health, they will not be able to cover that. But one of the things that we have to tell everyone is this: the research funding from the OST follows the harmonized national R&D agenda. We have what we call a philosophy of prioritization. Well, everything sounds interesting and very beautiful to do. We don't have unlimited funding for R&D, and this is the reason why we prioritize. If I may suggest to the person who asked the question, you may also try to seek the NCCA for funding for this kind of research, because it's more along the lines of cultural preservation, and this is more falling under the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. Thank you.
Thank you po, Yusek. There's another question that came in again for you. What are the plans of DOST to increase internationalization of universities? How can we attract more foreign professors considering the salary and grants available?
Okay, I'm speaking as part of the DOST and not a part of the academic institutions. One of the things I learned from the late Dr. Rotoras of University of Science and Technology in Southern Philippines is that they changed the charter of their university such that they can give tenure to foreigners. This is not the case for the rest of our state universities and colleges, including my university, University of the Philippines. So that's one of the rules. Second, if you wish to have a foreigner come to your university and teach at a rate that is more, that they are more accustomed to, one way of doing it would be to find somebody of Filipino descent and have them come in as a balik scientist through the Department of Science and Technology. A medium-term balik scientist who comes to the Philippines can stay up to 1 year, 6 months up to 1 year, and DOST is going to pay for their allowances every day. It's $200 or the UNDP rate, whichever is higher. We take care of their fare. We take care of a lot of things actually for them. In the end, I think for each balik scientist medium term who spends time here for about a year, we spend about 4 to 5 million pesos on that person. So I think that is a good rate already for a foreigner of Filipino descent, such that they will qualify in the balik scientist program. And you know, internationalization is not just by hiring faculty members coming from another country. We believe that internationalization is being able to do joint research programs or joint capacity building with other universities abroad. At the DOST, we send out announcements about our partnerships with what I mentioned, the 20 bilateral and multilateral partners. In case you haven't done so, please go to the DOST website and look for our International Cooperation Unit under Assistant Secretary Lea Buendia. Or if you need information, just call or send an email to Assistant Secretary Lea. I remember one professor, Dr. Jonel Saludes of University of San Agustin, didn't know about this. And when he learned about it, I don't know how many people he sent to Taiwan or some other country, and he just used the programs under the DOST. So please use our programs. Thank you.
Thank you po, Yusek Kim. It's a very interesting discussion and we will still continue with more questions. Pasensya na po sa ating audience. We are waiting for one of our speakers from the UK to join to give her message. But again, whilst she's not yet in, again, we have the pleasure of answering more of your questions. So please do type them in the chat box if any. Okay, one question also in the chat box is, I am not sure all research should be linked to industry. There was one example, glaciologists, monitoring climate change and impact in sea level. This is not something that can be directly linked to industry, but has huge societal impact. Any comment on that?
I do have a comment.
Okay.
At the DOST, when we look at technology transfer, we have 3 modes. The first mode is commercialization, just as described by Dr. Clarissa Domingo. The second method is what we call by extension, where universities will teach fisher folks or farmers the technology for free. And the third one, the most important one, is for public good. You know, the research work being done by Pag-asa, as mentioned a while ago by Dr. One of our researchers. And notice that it is being given away for free because it is for public good. So while we mentioned research that should be useful to the industry, the DOST, we continue funding research for disaster risk reduction and climate change. I think we spend about 20 to 25% of our R&D money on climate change and the disaster risk adaptation.
Thank you po, Yusef. Dr. Kla or Dr. De La Rosa? Nakamute pa rin po kayo, Dr. Kla.
Well, as mentioned by our dear DOST assistant director, Dr. Guevara said that we have to also consider the public good. I think we can still commercialize that because, it's not only the product itself. Perhaps after doing the technology, developing the technology, maybe you can tweak that and make that a product. Let's say, for instance, for humidity, for instance, we have a barometer that measures the water vapor or the water pressure in the atmosphere. So for that is still for climate change, for instance, but you have made the technology into a product. So that product can now be commercialized.
On the side of environmental planning, like I am an environmental planner as well as an architect, we saw that in the realm of social sciences as well, that there are things that need not to be technology based, but really more of production of, say, like maps, which will become very handy during climate disasters. We were able to discover this because these maps became their tools for being able to go to the places where they need to evacuate. So that's what we did during our research. We produced maps. We tagged all those areas wherein they could go during the high tide and low tide. Specifically, most of the barangays in Santa Rosa were flooded in any of those, even not so heavy typhoon. So having some tools like that, including knowledge coming from the researchers on how to use them, will really empower the people. So I guess more than anything else of having technology, I also came from the science part because I came from environmental studies, but I still believe that more than that is that being able to strengthen and equip the people with different tools, even the cell phones itself. So I've realized that during calamities, during those, they really use the cell phones in advising the people, or don't go out or something like that. And these are all small things that might not be even requiring huge amount of money, but of course in a large scale they will. But definitely having this tool and knowledge will really put people in a realm that science is still there, but then they could be afforded. They are affordable to smaller scale in terms of using it for the good of the community.
Thank you very much, po. So that actually is our last question for now. There's one more question in the chat bar, but I think we would have to, sorry, we can type in the answers, I guess, for that last question. To end this session, I guess I wrote down a couple of words, some keywords that I guess struck me. One is still collaboration. So I hope all of us will continue to take advantage of all of the possibilities for collaboration across government, industry, academia, and across shores as well, and take advantage of programs such as the Newton Agham program to support collaboration. The next word that I wrote down is contribution. At the end of the day, why are we collaborating? Not just for prestige or for our output, but to achieve that impact. And again, there are various modes such as extension, public good, or commercialization. Sincerity, because when we work with the communities, we would like to also be able to demonstrate to them what this research is all about and how it benefits them. And hopefully they will also get to understand research more and better and appreciate research in general. Okay, and last but not the least, partners and partnership. All of these things that we've talked about this afternoon have only been made possible through partnership, and we would like to promote more of that. If you are an introvert academic, there are other people who can work with you to help support you again to enable your research to gain that impact or traction that you would like to achieve. So that's the end for this session. I will now pass you on back to our main hosts, Danny and Sarah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen, for moderating that very, very informative and productive discussion that we have for session 3. We would like to just apologize in advance for the delay on our final plenary due to technical difficulties. We had to do some troubleshooting and experimentation, but we will try a method and hopefully we could still bring Charlotte Watts to you. So just to introduce, before we proceed to the final plenary, just a brief introduction on our speaker. Professor Charlotte Watts is the Chief Scientific Advisor and Director for Research Evidence in the UK Government's Office, Commonwealth and Development Office, or known as FCDO. She is seconded from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, where she is a Professor of Social, Mathematical, and Epidemiology. So she won't be able to have a video, and hopefully the audio will work. She is on another device to which I will be pointing my mic to. So hopefully that would work. Please, let's try this out. Charlotte, you're on the floor.
Fantastic. Can I just check that people can hear me before I kick off?
Danny, can I just check if you were able to hear
Yes.
Charlotte?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear.
It was clear. I mean, Charlotte, when she was talking earlier?
Yes, we can hear Charlotte.
All right, that's great. Okay, Charlotte, please proceed.
Fantastic. Well, good afternoon and thank you for attending the session today. I'm really delighted to be joining and apologies that I'm not able to join on the link and that you're just hearing my voice. Been asked to speak about development research and economic development. And I'm really delighted to speak about this important issue because as chief scientist, there's clearly a very important role for research in achieving economic development. When we think about what we're trying to achieve, a central outcome in development is through our development investments is inclusive economic growth, as we know that this is essential for overcoming poverty and for allowing the full potential of humans to flourish. No country can prosper or move beyond resilience on aid without it. Throughout history, sustained job-creating growth has played the greatest role in lifting huge numbers of people out of grinding poverty and transforming economies. It's essential to eradicating extreme poverty, delivering on the global goals, and ending any country's resilience on aid. Of course, to end poverty, we need good health, educated populations, functioning systems, and to be able to tap into the full potential of all citizens. The stakes are huge and time is ticking. Over the next decade, 1 billion more young people will enter the job market, mainly in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. In the world's poorest places, most people still scrape by with no safety net when things go wrong, and little prospect of escaping a hand-to-mouth existence. Addressing these challenges is central to the UK's development agenda and to our future as an outward-oriented open economy. This includes working with developing countries to harness the formidable power of trade for reducing poverty. And through this, we want to build productive, open and dynamic economies and create millions of jobs needed to defeat poverty for good. So I'm talking to you at the moment about development and our aspirations in development. But why research? Well, clearly, and I think will have come out of the discussions you've been having today, a central aspect of progress is that we have the right evidence, we take advantage of science and create new opportunities for equitable growth. Indeed, history tells us that many of the major advances in development are built on scientific and technological progress, as well as the use of evidence to guide policy reform. New technologies have reduced malnutrition, cut mortality from diseases such as malaria and HIV, and now COVID, and provided energy access to poor populations in sustainable ways. Rigorous social science and a rigorous valuation research has helped us identify what does, and importantly, what doesn't work. For example, to deliver learning outcomes, to strengthen systems of government, to shape investments in social protection, and to enable us to think through how to tackle complex issues such as gender inequality, conflict, or how to support cities to perform and be effective. So when targeted at the big challenges, development R&D gives extremely high returns. We're in an era where we're all facing, and we hope starting to come out of the most severe aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has increased inequality both within and between countries. With vaccination in progress, we hope that the worst is behind us, but even now, it has demonstrated as part of our response the centrality of data and science in all its form to tackle this major threat and help us think about how we can use it to also tackle future threats. The rapid progress of vaccine development illustrated how concerted action, new solutions can be generated. It also illustrates the need for strong science systems and planning, regulation and innovative financing to ensure that this technology can be used in an equitable way. And it also, we have learned of the importance of thinking about end-to-end innovation and the importance of not only ensuring that we can develop the technologies, but also to generate the evidence to think about how we deliver those at scales. And I know you had discussions earlier, for example, in agricultural R&D, and clearly there's important priorities to tackle, but also the question of how to really achieve delivery at scale. When we're thinking about science and the opportunities, a central aspect also is the effective partnership between governments, between academia and the private sector. And that's not only within each of our respective countries, but also clearly between countries. And that, I think, is where the partnership that we've had has been particularly important. There is no recipe for economic development. Through our R&D investments and partnerships over the years, we have seen how research and strong technical collaboration can play a central role in supporting economic growth and tackling some of the greatest threats. The sessions you've had earlier on environmental resilience, future cities, digital innovation and creativity, for example, speaks about a combination of opportunities, but also the complexity of the challenge that we need to respond to. Similarly, the work and the discussions that you've had on health and life sciences, agriculture and food tech relate to really important agendas where through partnership we can make most progress. More broadly, the UK's investments in science, social science, technology, evidence and data, which collectively forms our science and technology for development capability, is not only integral to our economic resilience, prosperity and security, but also an important part of our partnerships for good around the world. This vision is central to the UK government's 2021 integrated review of the UK's national security and international policy, which describes our future vision and the role the UK wants to play in the world, drawing on our science strengths and the strength of the partnerships that we have. The urgency of these partnerships and of this agenda cannot be overstated. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on us all. The UK is grappling with it still, just as is the Philippines. The impacts of the pandemic, lockdowns, and the consequent economic downturns have been significant and not been equitable. And we know that the most vulnerable have been hit most heavily. In the run-up to the COP conference next week in Glasgow, we're also very aware of the profound impacts that we are all facing and will face in the future on climate change, and particularly how those impacts will fall again on the most vulnerable if we do not manage, and the importance of trying to keep the world within the 1.5 degree increase target, but also ensuring that we're investing in supporting adaptation and resilience to the locked-in climate impacts that are already occurring. So there's an urgent need for international action and collaboration. A strong prioritized R&D investment is what we need to deliver real impact on those major challenges that the world faces. Our future UK development investments will seek to drive inclusive growth and include a major push on creative, effective solutions to some of the big threats that we face. That includes to adapt to the impacts of climate change with a focus both on new clean growth options, as well as ensuring that countries are supported to adapt to the impacts of climate change. This will include R&D in clean energy access, resilient agricultural systems, as well as broader evidence on adaptation and resilience. And we'll be launching a number of major initiatives on this next week, and the next couple of weeks at COP. We will also continue to invest in health R&D, given the importance and our strengths in those areas, but also learning from the ongoing threat of new epidemic diseases. And this will be including our support to the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation. And we're proud to be hosting replenishment for that next year. This R&D investment will be underpinned by a commitment for strengthened partnerships with developing country scientists, research institutions, the private sector, multilateral and aligned other like-minded funders. Alongside our wider development investments, our approach in the Indo-Pacific will seek to leverage both our UK and global scientific excellence in partnership with the excellence across the region to support improving the lives of millions of people. Our priorities will be to use science and technology and political research to enable sustainable, affordable and modern energy for all, food systems to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss, facilitate and will seek to facilitate partnerships to inform adaptation and reduce climate risks and deliver the SDGs. A joint endeavour on science and technology reflects the modern and forward face of our development agenda. The UK's approach is founded on strategic and sustained partnership with funders, with partner governments, with our network and broad and depth of science partnership sector. We're hoping that through our partnerships with science powers across the world, including in the Indo-Pacific, we will continue to aim to help tackle poverty and inequality and build new markets for mutual prosperity in Asia and more broadly. So I'll end there, but just to say I'm sorry that we've had this technological problem, and I'm sorry also because of prior commitments that I wasn't able to attend earlier parts of the reception. But at least I am very pleased that I did manage to join finally. I hope you've had a fantastic reception, and I'm very happy to answer any questions or discuss or pick up any of these issues in due course through Sarah and the team. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. And also, thanks for making sure that you still be able to join us in this event, despite well considering. Um, for the plenary session, we may not be able to um, entertain some of the questions, but to the audience who may want to continue discussions on the topic on ODA, you may coordinate with Sarah and myself. We're going to share our contact details and see how we can discuss more on the topic. Thank you. Finally, to close the activity, we call on Ms. Eleanor Buxton, the Regional Director for Southeast Asia Science and Innovation at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, to deliver a concluding message. Hi, Eleanor.
Hi, can you see me okay? I can't see myself. Okay, great. At least someone can. Hopefully my hair looks all right. Thank you very much for having me today. And I'm really glad that we got to hear from Charlotte in the end, because I think we were some frantic typing going on to try and get her online and solve all our Zoom issues. So as mentioned, I'm Eleanor Buxton and I am the Regional Director for Science and Innovation covering Southeast Asia. So I'm based at the British High Commission in Singapore, and I'm relatively new. So some of you may have met my predecessor, Nicola Willey, but who's now gone back to London. And but I'm delighted to be here because she's left such an amazing legacy, and because of the work that all of you have done to form a really great partnership on science between the UK and the Philippines. Genuine science innovation partnership delivers excellent science innovation outputs that make the best out of what our UK and Filipino researchers have to offer in addressing real and pressing challenges, creating impact, and at the same time mutually developing our capacities. The Newton Agham Fund is a real partnership between the UK and the Philippines. We jointly own, fund, and determine the research priorities and work programmes. And we're really proud to have these kind of deep international science partnerships to support sustainable development. And we're looking forward to continuing and strengthening this partnership with the Philippines in more years to come. So through this virtual reception, I hope that all of you who've gathered in this virtual space have gained knowledge and an appreciation of the work done, the experience and insights gained by our grantees, and also the really strong relationships that we've managed to build just peer-to-peer and by enabling these partnerships. I hope that this event has inspired you to collaborate for further research and development, or to look at how we can adopt these outputs to create real impact to support development in the future. So thank you all very much. I know we've run a little bit over, and thank you so much to the organisers who worked so hard to put this on. And for any of you who haven't gone and looked at the virtual gallery, I would really recommend it because it's absolutely terrific to see the huge diversity of work that our grantees have done and the real impact that we are having in this part of the world. So many thanks, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Sorry, Eleanor, for the closing message and for making time to be with us in this event. All right, so this concludes the Newton Agham virtual reception. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. We in the British Council and the British Embassy Manila would like to thank you for celebrating with us and staying throughout this afternoon.
Let us continue the conversations about the impact of Newton Agham Fund. Know more about the research projects by visiting newtonagham.com. It would be open for several months, so please feel free to come in and out anytime you want. And finally, let us know of your thoughts. Just another reminder to please complete the evaluation survey that we have sent on the email as well as on the chat box. We would really appreciate hearing back from you. So please, I hope you could spend some time to fill that up. So again, I am Sarah Esquera.
I am Danny Gonzalvo. And
have a
thank
great
you,
day,
everyone. Have a great day. Bye.